is indeed live. Okay. All right. So, before we get into today's topic, I wanted to check in with you about how tactics are going, since that's what we talked about last week. So we can go around in a circle from Xanth to Thierry to JB to Elfins, and just let me know how tactics have gone for you this week.
Sure. Yeah, it was good. I'm enjoying the exercise. Got chicken scratch, you can see, but I decided to do it on paper, not the computer. I guess I'd have a question about the mechanics of it. If say you missed a variation or you missed a key defense or something along those lines, any recommendation on what to do in those situations as you're kind of doing your post-mortem on the puzzle?
I mean, there's two things you can do with it. One is you can try to sort of repeat it a little bit so that you're less likely to miss it in the future, right? So you can like imagine that variation once or twice or three times in your head. That may help you to sort of get that pattern in there if there was a piece of a pattern there that you didn't get or something like that. So with calculation, you can always like go back to something when you've missed something and see if you can just imagine it a couple times in your head. It may fill in a weakness a little bit. The other thing you can do is you can ask yourself, like in words, what kind of a variation you missed.
Mm-hmm.
And what that allows you to do is over time get a sense of what variations you're more or less likely to miss, what your own like strengths and weaknesses are as a calculator. Knowing that would allow you to potentially do exercises to remedy it in the future, or to talk about it with, a coach or a friend, and maybe they'd have some ideas on how to work on it. Sorry, 1 second.
Sure.
Oui. Il n'est pas dans son lit. Il est dans son lit. Est-ce que maman n'est pas là? Elle n'est pas. Ah oui. Et il faut juste que tu patientes et que tu n'empêches pas. Moi, je fais un cours, alors je peux pas arrêter là. Désolé. Okay. Sorry. I have a kid who doesn't go to sleep, so. And another kid who likes to sleep and complains about being kept up. So as an example, if there's some variation you miss, you might be like, oh, I missed like a knight move, or I missed a bishop move. Like at the simplest level, right? Like some of us are better or worse at seeing different pieces, right? And so like you may notice like, oh, I keep missing knight moves, like not bishop moves, right? Might just be something that's useful to you one day. Or it might be like, oh, I miss resources for the side that's defending. Or, oh, I miss resources for the side that's attacking. That's two very different kind of like issues, even if it's the same kind of move. So that's that's the other thing you can do, is just sort of like ask yourself what kind of thing it was, so that you'll know in the future.
Got it.
You'll sort of figure out a pattern over time if you ask it to yourself now and then. Like I know, for example, what mine are for sure. And it's not just from like keeping track of them in a spreadsheet, right? Just asking myself the question now and then, like I kind of remember, because the patterns are reasonably obvious if you've paid attention.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Jay?
It's going reasonably well, but like I have a couple issues that I see that they are sort of patterns with me, but overall it's going well. One thing that I have right now is like I've been trying puzzles that are like opening puzzles or that have just like a ton of all the pieces still left on the board, and I noticed that I have like a much harder time with those, or maybe I've been trying too high rated puzzles because
Which
sometimes
ones are you having a harder time with?
like opening puzzles that have like a bunch of pieces left, and
Really?
I've been like increasing the rating on those, so maybe that's why too. I've been looking for like first moves for a long time and stuff like that.
Okay.
And yeah, maybe I just need to decrease the rating on those puzzles. But
Okay. Because when I initially assessed all of you, I thought that everyone other than JB had a harder time on endgame puzzles than on middle game or opening puzzles.
yeah, it's strange. I think like I used the Lichess feature where you can select types of puzzles, and opening puzzles are tougher than all the other ones at the same rating.
Interesting.
Uh, but they are not like checkmate type puzzles or like
Right.
win a rook with like a fork with a queen. And
Yeah.
other than that, the problem with visualization is I have a thing where like after 2 or 3 moves, I'll forget that a piece is there. Like completely, I'll just calculate something, and if I do a calculation quickly, especially in the game, it's uh, possible that I just forgot one of the pieces that was supposed to be at the end of the calculation. Like today, I just forgot about a bishop on a5 in my game, the Mora game you saw.
Yeah.
I never saw that I could take that piece before the end of the big trade, right?
Right.
That's the 2 issues I've been having, but overall it's going well with tactics.
So
That's
that
the argument.
is this one here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in this one here, if I grab the PGN, because I was curious to ask you about this, like, so in the position here, right, where the knight's attacking your rooks and the bishop's attacking your rook and the knight's attacking here and the pawn's attacked twice and defended twice. In this position here, you forgot that your knight was attacking the opponent's bishop?
Yeah, I didn't even see it. What's happened is that I didn't really think on that move. I sort of realized I was in trouble earlier, or thought I was in trouble like 2 moves before, and decided what I was going to play. And when I could have won the bishop, I didn't think right.
So do you think like on this?
Think.
So do you think on this move here, where you played knight g6, you were aware that you were attacking the queen, but you weren't aware that you were attacking the bishop?
Yeah.
Back here at this point, yeah. It wasn't on your radar for that piece. Okay, it's interesting. Yeah, so sometimes just some missing elements. Do you think it might be because you thought your position was bad, that you weren't looking for something like good for you, or
not on this move? On the move afterwards, I thought I was worse, and I just accepted I was losing an exchange. So then the following moves are just me accepting that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's take a little note here. So I'll say one thing, Thierry, though it's not like necessarily much help, but like just sort of now and then you just don't see that a piece is attacking another piece or a certain square or something like that. That's something which, as far as I know, gradually goes away with playing more. There's, I mean, I've never heard of people doing like puzzles where they just look at the board and say, what are all the squares the knight's attacking? Or what are all the pieces that are. I mean, you could do something like that, but for you, it's already. It's a low enough percentage that it doesn't make sense for you to be doing that. Like in a game of yours, it wouldn't make sense for you to go around the board and be like, what's every piece that's attacked or something like that. It would be so much of a waste of time compared to like how often it would come up, right? But if it is happening maybe like once every 3 games, that's like once out of 120 moves or something like that. It's too rare to like do something about it, but it's frequent enough to have an effect on your like rating and your results, right? So as far as I know at the moment, it's just something to sort of grow out of.
Yeah, I think it's with my just general attention during the game too, and just awareness of the full board.
Yeah.
So I can work on that just by playing more and focusing on it, I think,
Yeah.
while I play.
All right. And okay. JB, how's your tactics going?
Going well. I really do like this practice of sort of sitting with a position of puzzle and writing down everything that you're seeing. Because sometimes when you're just doing in your head or you go through the motions, like you'll discard automatically some moves because you think that you understand, but then once you start kind of looking more into it, it's actually more interesting than you would have thought. So I've been really enjoying that process, and it's definitely helped with consistency in getting the puzzles correct. So I think that's telling of where sometimes I've failed to take my time or um, look at breadth instead of depth of calculation, as we've talked about before.
Yeah.
Um, Admittedly, I have been playing a lot less chess lately just because of other things going on. And so I don't play, the few hours that I did for a while. Like I try to get in the tactics every day because of, keeping myself accountable with these lessons.
Yeah.
But I may not have as much feedback as what the others can bring today, unfortunately.
Yeah. You had a long day at work today.
Yeah, I did. But it's okay.
All right. And Elfins, how's your tactics work going? Are you able to flip flop sides of the board a little bit?
Yeah, so I do Puzzle Rush like religiously, so I've had to consciously like not do 10 rounds of Puzzle Rush every morning and before bed. So what I've been trying to do is go through master games, a couple of masters that I like to review games, and like recommended, just kind of play through them really quickly and look for. And I realized for me, whenever in my brain like the alarms go off that say there a tactic, I realize it's really bad. I always assume it's for me. Like I always assume when the position's complicated, I look for my tactics, and
Yeah.
it's been hard to switch gears. Like it's been pretty hard to switch gears and say, like, whenever I think there's a tactic for me, there might also be a tactic for them.
Yeah.
And when I've tried to like make a point to look for the other, like flip the board in my head
Yeah.
and look for tactics for the other side, it kind of made me realize like how
Unnatural
bad
that
I've
is
been
for you.
ignoring it.
Yeah.
So I've gotten I think it's helped a bit, but I need a lot more practice because and I mean I'm able to like flip the board in my head and calculate from the other side.
Mm-hmm.
But it's I can do it, but it's not even that hard. It's just so unnatural. Like like what I do is what I kind of started telling myself is every time I have to think, I have to spend as much time calculating from the other side as I spend calculating for my side.
Yeah. That's a good thing to do. And I don't mind you doing Puzzle Rush. I'm not saying anything against it, but you've maxed out like how much it's going to improve your chess, right? So like you can do it for fun or or whatever, but it's not going to make you any better at chess, like, ever again, probably for your whole life. Like, you could probably log another 10 million hours of Puzzle Rush and it wouldn't, like, raise your rating by 1 point.
Yeah, I'm still gonna do it for fun. But
It's fine. Great. Yeah.
Which puzzle rush do you do? Do you do the survival or the timed ones?
I have only ever done survival when I had like, you know, a group of people on Discord. You know, we're like talking through them, trying to get to like 70.
Yeah.
I have hundreds of runs on the 3-minute one and hundreds of runs on the 5-minute one. What I do is I put on a song I like and then I start a 3-minute puzzle rush, and I just do that over and over again every day.
Yeah. I should specify, I was not talking about Puzzle Rush Survival. I was assuming that we were only talking about 3 and 5 minutes. So there is something that Alphonse could gain at some point by doing like the harder puzzles that are further down the puzzle rush, but he can also do them without it being within a puzzle rush. Like, you can just do normal puzzles and then set the rating range high and do tough puzzles. But sort of the rushing aspect of it is whatever at this point. You know, he's got the simple ones down. All right. So great. I'm glad to hear the feedback on that. And what I propose to do today is to ask you about how much time a week you spend on chess, and then just give you a couple suggestions about how you might best use that time. Okay? And before we do that, I want to make one really important general observation about what it is to be a 12 to 1400 player. So to reach 1200, you all have learned some number of basic ideas of chess and some number of basic patterns and some amount of like practical skills as far as like using your time and like taking account of your opponent's moves sometimes and looking for your opportunities and stuff like that, right? Like, you have some ability to put the knowledge and the skills you have together in a way, right? So you're hanging pieces far less often than players under 1200. You're noticing opportunities to take your opponent's pieces. You know some checkmate patterns. You know that in the end game you could like try and push a passed pawn down the board. Like, you know, to maybe centralize your king in the end game but not in the opening, and you know, to develop your pieces. Like, you have all this kind of like, you have a lot of pieces of the general chess picture that other cultured chess players have. And started to clean up, you know, tactical weakness. I mean, what separates a 600 from an 800 to 1000 is very often just like how many times per game they just leave a piece hanging, right? When it goes from like 6 times per game to 5 times per game to 4 times per game. And I mean, somebody who's hanging a piece 4 times a game statistically comes out on top now and then against somebody hanging 6 pieces per game. And that's like a big piece of it up to that point. Once you hit 1200, and I dub you chess players, I think that one of the big next steps is to develop an actual strength, right? So like, let's say I said like, oh, Xanth always develops all his pieces in the opening. Like, that's a good thing, but it wouldn't be something where I'd be like, yo, you got to check out how Xanth plays chess. You'll never have seen anything like this. The guy brings out his pieces, right? So you'd be like, yeah, I mean, it's hard to find a GM game where they don't bring out their pieces, and, you know, hard to find an 1800 game where they don't. I mean, an 1800, like, at least 3/4 of the time is going to bring out all their pieces. I mean, it's just sort of like a rudiment, right? So what's going to happen next, and obviously it's not the only way to progress as chess players, but I think like a really good place to go next is to pick something that's going to be a strength and, you know, build up something like good about your game rather than like just an absence of a weakness, rather than just like, oh, they're not hanging as many pieces as they used to, or like, oh, they seem to like see the whole board now, or stuff like that, right? Instead, it's going to be like, there's something that you're good at, right? And that could be king and pawn endings. That could be opposite side castling positions, like running a pawn storm. That could be attacking a king that hasn't castled. It could be a variation of the closed Sicilian. It could be you play the closed Sicilian well, right? So it could be one pawn structure you understand, or one like tactical skill you have, one type of position where you understand the importance of time, something like that, right? So there's a wide variety of what it could be, and there's different ways to acquire that strength. But in any case, it's time for you to develop something where it's like, oh, Thierry is good at that, right? And it doesn't just mean like Thierry knows to bring out his pieces, right? It's like there's something Thierry does that people are going to notice, right? And if you look at players in the dojo who you've seen play multiple times in like tournament commentaries or whatever events of ours, and you think of some players in the 1600, 1800 range, right? Obviously, the players who are like 2000, 2200, they're like really good. They've got thousands of skills, and it's like hard for you to even be like, to see the difference maybe between them and an IM. It's like they're already just so good. Like, they're playing like great games sometimes. But if you think of like a 1600 or an 1800 who you've maybe seen play a few times, you could already say something that player's good at, right? For example, Charlie admires how Cartier-Tank plays, right? Because Cartier-Tank, when he gets the initiative, he can press with an initiative, right? He can push you around once he's got like an activity. He attacks one thing, you defend it, he improves his position another way, you're like defending a thing, and he never gives you the time to like fix your position, right? And you understand sometimes you got a position where like something's sound about your position, but you just need one or two more moves to like fix something and then you'll be good. Do you know that feeling? Like my position's overall sound, but I've got one knight that's stuck on the side of the board, and if I could bring it to the king side, then like there's not really any danger, and I can play the game from there. But then your opponent like threatens a pawn on the king side, and you're like, oh shoot, I have to move it, and then they bring in another piece to like a weak square, and you never have time to bring the knight on a5 over to the king side. So that's something that Charlie and I think many others can recognize in the play of Cartier-Tank, who's a 1700 player, right? Not a GM or anything, but there's like some clear strengths in the guy's game, and there's more than one, right? But that's something that sort of like stands out from seeing a bunch of other 1700s play, right? And Trav Kuskin was saying that at his chess club, people are always saying like, oh, you're really good in like the end games, right? And he's like, I'm not sure, am I good in end games? Everybody seems to say it, and then he won one of our end game tournaments. And I looked at the games, I was like, yeah, they're definitely onto something. So already, players in the 16 to 1800 range, they've got something that's like good about their game that someone else could like learn from. And there are players in that range who are chess teachers. So, Cartier-Tank, to just keep using one example to make it clear, like he could teach lessons about how to do that. He could show you some of like the best examples of how he got an initiative and some of his best games and how he pushed it and how his moves never gave the opponent time and like how to pick those moves and how he found those moves. He could give like some lessons about that, and there would be something like very, very definitely available for people to learn from it. Okay. So that's the next step and stage for you all, I think, is to pick something that you're going to be strong at. It could be something that you like naturally, or it could be something that you admire. There are different ways of finding it. So we'll talk about that as we go around the circle here. We're trying to find that. So, I did this last week with the 14 to 1600 group, talking about how they were going to use their time, but they already, for the most part, each already have like a strength. So I didn't have that focus. I was coming up with plans for them, how to use their time, but this is partially a similar thing. So I'll start with you again, Xanth. We're just going to keep using the same circular order today for me.
Sure.
So how much time in a week do you think you spend on chess?
Yeah, so it varies, but Usually it'll be an hour or two an hour to three per the work week, and then on the weekends it'll vary, but usually 2 to sometimes all day, like an 8-hour day on the weekend. Like if my wife's working, I can just spend the whole time looking at chess. Though the topic will vary. So I may go through a book or go through games or openings. So yeah, probably per week, probably anywhere from 10 to 20 hours, give or take.
Okay. So when she works on the weekend, you don't even complain. You just like pull out a chess book.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. Cool. And of the different kind of studying activities that you might engage in that you mentioned, is there something that you enjoy the most?
I've been enjoying master games, like going through Tal's game or going through various master games. Like just from some of it's from the historical aspect because you get a little bit of the history, but also some great games to kind of review. So like Irva and stuff, I was looking at his quite a bit for out of my great predecessors. So all that stuff I enjoy. Yeah, so probably that's what I like the most. But
And when you look at master games like that, is it normally with some kind of like comments from an author? Like, it's not just straight moves, but there's something like here white has an advantage or here white has the plan of this or that?
correct. Usually it's an annotated book that I have that it'll walk through it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. And so you have a book of Tal's games?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
My Life in Games?
I got that one in Tal Botvinnik, 1960.
And Tal Botvinnik, 1960. Nice.
And I got a few on my shelf as well too, like Bobby Fischer's 60 Memorable Games.
Nice.
And for general improvement, I got Stillman's How to Reassess Your Chess
Right.
edition. So I've been going through that as well too. I'm about 2/3. No, I guess maybe halfway through it.
And you like that book too?
I do. It's I do like it a lot. It's a little more, I don't know about challenging, but sometimes it's time consuming to, like, I'll go through the aspect of setting up the board only for it to be like a 3-second spiel or exercise. I'm like, okay. Why did I bother with that? But yeah, I like it. That's a good one too. I enjoy it.
Do you have to set up your board to read the book?
I like to. I don't know if I have to all the time. If I know if it's a fairly simple lesson, I can visualize it and be just fine. But if it's something in depth, I prefer it just for the experience. But so yeah, that's I guess I don't have to, but for the more in-depth lessons, I probably prefer to and probably would need to at that point.
Yeah. I mean, I guess when you know you're going to play through a whole game, it's very nice to see it unfold on a chessboard. But if it's sort of like, I mean, I haven't read How to Reassess Your Chess, but if it's sort of diagram by diagram and you just like read a paragraph about the diagram, there's no real need to set it up at times, maybe. Okay, cool. Do you have a favorite like chess player of history?
I don't know if I have a favorite yet. Max Erva, I really liked his game. Plus, he was kind of I don't know, I wouldn't say commoner, but he was supposed to be the, I guess that's what I'm looking for. Not professional. He was the amateur I guess.
They say the only amateur world champion or something.
Yeah, but all the world champions, they all have great stories. So that's another aspect I like of going through their chess games and their history. So. But maybe Irva and Tal so far. I got a Smyslov book. I've liked some of Smyslov's stuff, so I plan to spend more time on him. So that may he may jump up there.
So Irva and Tal, I would say, have very, very different ways of playing chess and approaches to chess. So what makes them like compelling to you is their life story. And then like all the world champions play great chess, but it's the life story that makes you pick out who you're most interested in.
Yes, sir. That's probably the case. And then they're all going to have great games to learn from. So that's a bonus. Cool.
All right. Have you ever studied Paul Morphy?
I have some. Yeah, I've done video lessons. I've watched lectures on him. I haven't got a book on him, but I haven't probably done it as in depth as some of the other ones. So, but at least some of the basics I have.
Anything pre-Morphy that you've ever seen?
Oh, pre-Morphy. guess Philidor would be pre-Morphe, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of Philidor. And again, not in depth, just basics. Like I picked up a lecture here or there, or I'll see a game and it'll stick out like, oh, the guy's super old. Philidor Pillsbury, he's older than Morphe, I think. So
Pillsbury is right after Morphe, but
okay.
But also pretty historical for us by now. So this is relevant to all four of you, of course, and probably almost anybody in chat. But one of the typical or one big approach that one can take to learning chess is to just start at some historical point where people were just starting to figure out how to play, and then just advance through history, learning chess along with the rest of humanity, sort of following the same course that humanity learned chess. And with that, I normally start around the Macdonald-Labourdonnais match. So if you haven't checked that out, that would probably be a pretty awesome place for you to start studying. Don't worry, I can write it. I can write it down for you.
Can you repeat the name?
Yeah, Macdonald. I'll write this down for all of you if you want. I can send you guys notes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, thanks.
this is probably going to be my suggestion for where Xanth should spend his time. Even though he's got such amazing books there, I think that starting from the beginning is probably going to be a really, really great way for him to study chess. And I think studying like in order the greatest players from 150 years ago until today, even if that delays when you get to read all of Tal's book, which it's a tough thing to delay reading Tal, but I think that putting everything in that kind of historical order might be perfect for Xanth. I mean, it's perfect for a lot of people, and I think it would be for Xanth as well. So
yeah, I'll do that.
That might be what I suggest, but then that's going to involve, we're going to have to figure out a source of those games that have been annotated by somebody. Otherwise, I'm going to go have to make 100 video lessons, which is going to be
that sounds
more
great.
work than I signed up for.
Make it a Patreon incentive.
Okay, so with the time that you're saying that you've got, I would say normally I would still be studying. I mean, I would still be playing about 80% of my chess time for any of the four of you. That percentage is going to be about accurate. And there are people who spend like 80% of their time studying or 90% of their time studying. But, and it depends what you enjoy, but from like a pure mathematical perspective of what allows you to improve the fastest, it's to still just do tons of playing, right? And so my pre 1200 mark is like 90% playing, and I would say in the 12 to 1400 range, you guys are probably at about like 80%, and basically it's gonna like come down like 10% every 200 points till you're around 50-50 at 2000, something like that.
That is something I got to work on. Even on the weekend when I have that, like say 8 hours, I'll play 1 or 2 games and then spend the rest of my time in the books or in the videos or the lessons. So it's almost flip flop probably.
Yeah, and I'm not telling anybody that it's bad or they shouldn't do it. I'm just saying, like, for your reference, you can improve more by playing than by studying. I imagine a lot of people study because they think it's going to make them better. If somebody's studying just because they enjoy it, like, continue. But if somebody's like, I just need to gain like another 150 points this year, odds are they would do better by playing more. Anyway, so how do you feel between like you're studying for fun or you want to improve, right? Because like me, I study chess right now. And when I study hard, like I'm really engaged, I'm working hard. I'm not necessarily looking to improve. I mean, the point of any study is to improve at something, but I know that I would improve more by like going to a tournament. Like and honestly, I know that I literally can't improve without playing a tournament. Right? I mean, I could be stuck here at home for like 2 years studying knight endgames from Averbach and then queen endings from Averbach. I'll be forgetting something else just as fast or losing practical skills. Like I'll go to a tournament, I won't be any better than I was, 2 years before. It's I know it's not going to happen. So from a certain perspective, I'm just studying because it's interesting, it's enjoyable, it keeps me somewhat sharp. Maybe it keeps me from disimproving as fast. But where are you personally as far as like you're trying to like improve or you're enjoying what you're doing?
Oh, it's pretty passionate about both. I really do want to improve, and I feel like if I improve, the studying will be more enjoyable too, because I'll understand more concepts or be able to pick, get the ideas better or really, see things better. But I definitely want to improve. But so that's a mixed, that's a mixed bag for me to answer personally, I guess, because I do enjoy both.
Yeah.
And I guess there's less anxiety studying than playing. Playing always has a little bit more of the stress behind it. That's fun, but also, there's, you invest 30, 40 minutes of your time at any given game, potentially for a rapid game. And
yeah,
there's a little more inherent stress there.
Yeah. The more you invest in something, the more potentially it's, you may feel like you've lost something if you don't get what you want out of the game. I mean, I would encourage you to know that you need to lose like 1,000 games to be good at chess. So like start racking up those losses. I mean, you have to get them in at some point. So,
that is a balance I've been doing too. Is I've been really enjoying annotating my games since this class started. If I win or lose, I'll try to go through slowly, annotate the game, go over the opening that I ended up in, try to find a video on the opening, just really, really slowly annotate the game. That's like a nice balance of motivation to play, just so I can also turn that into a study in of itself. So it's something new I've been trying after starting this class, but I started doing that recently.
Yeah, that's a good balance and a good mechanism because, again, I mean, people who just play without studying will at some point reach a point where they're just repeating the same mistakes, and because they never analyze their games and identify their mistakes, they can't improve. But somebody who's just studying all the time and not playing is also not going to improve because they're just building up all this knowledge, but they don't know what to do with it with a clock ticking and an opponent going back and forth with them and seeing some of their ideas and so forth, right? So, okay, so I would say maximizing would be like 80% playing, 20% studying. But where do you feel like you would want to fall in that range?
I would probably make a personal goal at least. I don't know if I would want to do 80-20, but maybe it would be nice to maybe extend what I am doing, maybe 50-50 with studying and playing. That would increase how much I'm playing, but also still give me some of that relaxing, enjoyable, studying and kind of a historical aspect to it as well.
Okay, cool. So, so that's gonna give you. I think what you might want to do during the week is like maybe just alternate like a playing day and a studying day. Because like let's say you've got an hour. It's not super important like to try and play one game and then like study for like 15 minutes or something. Is not going to be like a huge payoff. So I would say it might make sense if you're getting like an hour and an hour and a half in a day to either like do a playing session or a studying session. Quite likely. If your time is getting like 1.5 to 2 hours, it can make sense to split it in half. But if it's less than an hour and a half, I would say just be like Monday I play, Tuesday I study, Monday I play, Wednesday I play. I don't even know the days of the week. Anyway, you can guess what I mean, luckily.
Absolutely.
So I'd say play day, study day, etc. Obviously on the weekend where you have more time, it's going to make sense to sort of split it up.
Absolutely.
And I guess one thing to look out for with playing is if you can maybe slightly reduce the stress aspect of it. There is like an edge we get by caring about something compared to being just completely like lax. Like you just absolutely don't care. You're like, whatever, I'll make some move. Whatever, they make some move. Like that's not usually where people are their sharpest. But it sounds to me like playing has an unpleasant element that actually dissuades you from playing.
Probably almost. It's maybe like right before a shot. A shot's not so bad. It's the few seconds before that starts. Once the game starts, I'm relaxed. I enjoy it.
Okay.
But there's a little stress aspect throughout. But yeah, I agree. That's something to work on. Maybe it's getting the game started. The rush before the game.
Yeah. Do you ever? 'Cause I don't really remember seeing that often, like in our dojo tournaments, like a 4-round tournament or something like that. Do you ever play those?
I've done at least one. I did one of the opening ones, maybe two.
Okay. So you've
But
done an occasional.
not terribly
tournament.
often.
Yeah. Cool. I think that might be like a cool thing to get to, but if you're feeling like that's too much stress, then you sort of need to build up to it by making little like play sessions for yourself where you're like, I'm going to play X games, right? And you go to the pool and you know that today you're playing 2 games and that's it. And you're focused on those 2 games and then you're moving on. It doesn't quite have all the trappings of a tournament, but it's like a step in that direction because like I'm playing 2 games. My goal today is to, I don't know, you pick some goal for what you're working on that day, right? Like my goal today is to, make a good plan right after the opening or something like that. And then you're just going to assess yourself then if that's Monday, let's say you're playing 2 games, then on Tuesday, you're going to look at those 2 games. You're going to go to move 12 and sort of like assess what you think of the plan you came up with or what other plans you could have made, something like that. So I would suggest that your focus be looking at the games from the McDonald-La Bourdonnais match. And then it sounds like you're also going to want to look at the games that you play. And I think that creates a positive cycle for you where it makes you want to play more because then you're going to get to study the games. Then when you study the games, it increases your interest in playing more games. So I think that's positive reinforcement. So I think you can do that looking at your games. All right. I'll figure out the numbers a little bit more later. I hammered them out in a little more detail, but I'm going to keep moving through the group. So, Thierry, what do you, how much time do you spend on chess in a week?
So it's tough to say with my time management and like the gradations of like how involved different activities are. But I would say maybe 3 hours per day, like on average distributed throughout the week, but like a little bit more during the weekend, slightly less the days where I have school, stuff like that. Yeah.
And I definitely see you logging a lot of games. When you're studying, what is your favorite studying activity?
Right now, it's probably looking at opening material, but not necessarily like concrete variations, more just like concepts and just learning like different openings, existence, and concept, right? But I haven't been like memorizing 20 moves in the Naidorf or something like that, just like getting ideas of like what's the basic idea behind the Nemzo, the like color concepts and stuff like that.
Where do you find those ideas?
On YouTube, Chessable, a little bit of books. Yeah.
So a variety of places. So
yeah.
So they really give you like concepts? Are they giving you concepts within like a discussion of variations and you're trying to pick out the concepts, not the variations? Or are they showing master games or what? Like what?
Some do. like one problem I've had is a lot of stuff is focused on concrete variations just in general. Like Chessable is almost only just variations and very little like conceptual or just yeah, conceptual ideas about the opening. But like I've been doing Andras Tosh, like his course on Chessable on chess principles, and that's quite opening heavy. It's like opening middle games blended in, and it's about principles more than just like understanding one line of one opening. Like there's all the openings in it. So that's one example of more conceptual, less memorizing.
And that course stands out as being an easier one for you to learn concepts from rather than trying to extrapolate concepts from another course that's also feeding you variations, or?
Well, it's just I haven't been good with finding like other courses that are this conceptual as opposed to concrete. But yeah. Yeah, I've tried to do that a little bit with like games, and I've been disappointed that like looking at Magnus or like Ninzovich games and the opening that I'm interested in was just too much. I couldn't grab anything from how to properly play certain openings by looking at the way Magnus plays them.
And is that with comments from somebody or just playing through the game?
No, just looking at the game.
Just looking at the game, yeah, it's going to be hard to access. So you really want to learn you want to learn concepts through the openings, but it's hard to find the appropriate material that teaches openings in the way that works best for you.
Yeah, and I just started Sam Shanklin's course on the classical Sicilian on Chessable, and that's more concrete stuff, but it's the first time that I look at concrete stuff and I'm actually interested in it enough that I think I will do it, so that I will like not memorize like a ton of stuff, but still like actually learn lines properly and learn why I have to play that move at that point.
Okay. I think a cool thing to do would be to check what you're absorbing from that by having you try and bring something to teach to us next week from that course. Okay, so why don't you, for next week, prepare like a 5 to 10 minute lesson
on the classical system
for us.
Right?
I mean, not on the whole thing, right? You just pick one,
something
pick
from the
one idea
system.
or one position to explain to us.
Yeah.
Right? You could say like, here's a theme where you play like A5, A4, A3. Here's an example of it. Or you could say, here's a position and I'm going to tell you what's important in this position or something like that. Pick one thing, try and teach it to us. Then I can give you some feedback on whether you are or are not successfully absorbing that level of material.
Yeah.
Okay. And it sounds like you're doing a lot, and a lot of it is a bit like all over in like different places. So I would also suggest that we try and narrow things down and like really learn one thing. Now, you're probably enjoying the scatter shot somewhat. You probably enjoy like thinking about different things at times. But I think very useful to you would be to develop like a real strength. And the more you focus on one thing, the faster you'll have that. And then it'll help you to go on and do other things, you know, having that like knowledge and confidence that there's something that you're really good at. So that could be like, I'm good at the classical Sicilian, or it could be like, I understand some of the themes and principles in Sicilians pretty well. I can play it from both sides. Now I know you mostly play 1d4.
Right now I do, yeah.
So if you want to get good at the classical Sicilian, one useful thing to do would be to practice it from both sides. So if you can find somebody who's willing to just play the classical Sicilian every game with you, you'll be getting in like training games. So it'll count as like playing, but it'll also help into that opening study, right? So like if you picked like, I'm going to be good at Sicilian ideas, and to get good at the Sicilian, I'm going to start with the classical Sicilian, which has very typical Sicilian ideas in it. Then you would want to be practicing that with both sides. You don't want to get distracted playing like 100 E4 games against openings you don't know just to get in 2 or 3 games in the Sicilian. Well, I mean, you would get 30% games in the Sicilian at least. It's very popular, but but who knows? I mean, the point is, if you're going to play E4, which is not even your opening, you would probably want to like have it arranged to play with somebody who's promised to play that opening with you. You'll get in more reps, and you'll get good at that one thing faster.
But David,
Yeah.
yeah, over I think just like getting really good at the mainline classical Sicilian or something like that. I think my goal strength is more to like, and you've seen me do that, like to be really good at punishing like opening deviations or opening mistakes from my opponents. So, like one thing is I enjoy learning like deep stuff about some openings like the classical Sicilian, but I'm even more interested in like the type of stuff that would make me good at like your speed run that you did where you try to win in 20 moves and stuff like that, like really exploiting something that's actually a deviation. So that's not really close to learning the classical Sicilian well, because it's more like your opponent deviates from theory really early on and you punish them for it, right?
Right. You have to really, but you know, if you really understand why a certain move is necessary, that's very helpful for punishing the deviations. Like
Yeah.
the reason I can punish a deviation pretty well is because I know what is necessary, and when it's not played, I understand how does that move differ from what is necessary. Also, I'm even able to identify when there's a deviation. Like a lot of times a player's like, I don't think that was the move in the variation, but like maybe it just transposes to a different variation. Maybe it's just like a fine move that's not as popular. Like you have to actually know in some way that it is a deviation to know that you should try to punish it. So is that like a strength that you're interested in building?
Yeah.
To be the best at or to be strong at punishing deviations in the opening?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can tell you that is going to vary opening by opening. Like there are certain positions where you can punish deviations and other positions where you can't punish them as well. So like open Sicilians, if your opponent messes up, sometimes you can just win the game off of one mistake, right? But like exchange French, less so. So if you want to get good at punishing deviations, I think that would be a reasonable place to start, is like, let me get good at punishing deviations in the classical Sicilian. And then you can, you know, broaden that to other skills and areas. Okay. So I think if I were you, I would like zoom in on maybe only 2 courses to study, or 2 things you're studying. Maybe like the Toth course and the Shanklin course you mentioned. And then next week I'll check if you're learning well from the Shanklin course, if it's like a level that's acceptable to you. Like typically Shanklin like teaches at like a 2000 plus level. Like
Yeah.
I would, yeah. So it may or may not be hitting. So let me like check that for you. Then we'll go from there. But I would concentrate your time into like 1 or 2 things and try and get deeper into those things. All right, JB, your chess time per week.
So My chess time, it's very difficult to actually average out because and that's I think maybe the one thing that I need to work on is how to time manage and have purposeful chess time because like you may have seen me, in 3 weeks ago or something, I would spend maybe literally hours on chess every day. And even during weekdays, like as soon as I got off work, I would be on either the dojo or playing, and I was maybe averaging, up to 5 hours a day
Yeah.
of chess. And then on the weekends, that's all I was doing too, because you know, nothing else to do in Toronto nowadays. But then, then there's weeks that come in, and I have a bit of this like all or nothing mentality when it comes to how I use my time.
Yeah.
Which is hurtful in the long term because it means that if I don't get to play 5 hours a day, then I'll play like 0 hours a day instead of, finding a middle. And so I think for the past 2 weeks, I've played less chess in the past 2 weeks than I probably played like in a single week at the end of March or something like that, right? Like,
Yeah.
I just haven't been putting a lot of time. So in terms of giving you an average, it's quite difficult. When I do have time, I do spend and enjoy spending a lot of my time doing chess stuff. And I would say that in how I split the activities that I do for chess is probably mainly playing and puzzles. I think I might be the least study focused here, and I would be more than willing to focus more on that. I have not really ever gone through master games. I think I've done it once right after I started, just because someone like in another Discord said you should do that, and so I did it. But I enjoyed it, so it's not like I don't enjoy it. I just never took the time to do it again. So that could be something that I implement. But overall, I think it's just a question of having much more mindful ways of playing chess or studying chess, right? So even echoing some of the advice that you've given to other players like Falk and other players in the dojo, even when I practice, when I just play, a lot of the time, the reason why I'm putting 5 hours a day of playing games is because I'm doing also a lot of things at the same time. So I managed to play 5 hours, but also like I might be watching something else. I might even be working sometimes, or like basically like the level of prioritization can be so that I can play chess at the same time, but it also means that I'm not giving my full attention to either. So not something that I need to continue. So that's sort of where I'm at, which is not ideal for improvement, not ideal for like,
so
what's the word?
In that case, it's hard for us to guess what kind of studying you're going to improve most. So what we're going to work from is we're going to try and say, like, imagine yourself as like a chess player. What kind of chess player do you want to be, right? Like, do you want to be like, oh, JB, if you go into an equal endgame with her, you're eventually going to lose. Or like, oh, JB, like, if you get behind in development, like, you're never going to, like, catch up. Or, oh, JB, like, if she gets your king in her sights, like, she's coming for him. Like, do you have a sense of what, if you could pick one thing in chess to just be amazing at, is there something that you want to be, like, great at?
Definitely endgames. I enjoy endgames so much. And I always feel if I manage to get to an endgame in my games, typically I feel already better. I feel more comfortable with the positions that I have, and I also immediately feel like even if I'm straight up losing at this current stage in level, I always feel like somehow I can find something because I've been able to see positions in endgame with more clarity than everything else. And so I think that where I would want to have a really, really powerful play is in the endgame stage for sure.
Great.
And now the question also becomes, what do I do to get to the end game? But that's maybe a question for later. I don't know.
We'll worry about it later. When you happen to get there, you'll be confident. So, what we're gonna want to start with is king and pawn endings. That's like the fundamental for all other end games. Given that you've never done like tons of formal study, I'm gonna guess that we can start with basically the beginning. I think you know what Zugzwang is, and you know how to checkmate with king and queen or king and rook. I think you've tried bishop and knight some. So I'm gonna assume you sort of know how to deliver basic checkmates, and you know that like pawns are worth more if you can like queen them in the endgame. But we're gonna start with practicing king and pawn endgames. So I will look if there's a good course about king and pawn endings that you can learn. I learned them from a book that's way too advanced. And
I've
I
been
know
doing
that
the drills on chess.com. I don't
and
know
I
if
know that
they're any
one
good, but
potentially useful tool for you is going to be to just drill them on
yeah.
chess.com. That's going to be potentially very useful for you. So that's one thing you can do. But let me just check if there isn't like a really engaging course that might help you with that, or series of videos or something, which you could supplement with also doing the king and pawn endgame drills. Like for sure, I will have you practice the drills. Nothing beats that. If you want to be good at endgames, you gotta practice the endgame drills, and that tool is like the best for endgames. So that's what it's best suited for. That tool where you can play out a position again and again against pretty strong opposition. So that's going to be your strength. You're going to start by becoming really good at king and pawn endings, and then we can eventually expand to a second type of endgames. But we'll start there.
And in fact, I don't know if you might recall that or not, probably not, but the first, I don't know if it was the first I participated in, but the first tournament I won on Chess Dojo was the first endgame tournament that you all organized. That was fun.
Nice.
Maybe that's why I love them so much, because it like brings memories of winning.
That's good. That's good. And if you keep making that a strength, it'll continue to build that association, because your end game will be more and more wins. All right. And I mean, I understand your time comes and goes, so it's just a question of how to use your time when your time comes, right? So that's fine. We'll be ready for that. So David, check if there's a good endgame course or video series. All right. Elfins, how much time do you spend on chess? And don't worry, I won't take away your puzzle rush. Just to chat.
So I probably spend about 15 to 20 hours a week on chess. Probably like less than 10% of it is spent actually playing. Probably like 90 to 95% of it is like studying chess, which out of the studying chess, almost all of that is doing puzzles.
Yeah. So you see that your ton of puzzles you've done has led to like a puzzle rating of 2300. If you played a lot of chess, there would be a similar effect that your chess rating would go up because you'd played a lot of chess. I think you're interested in having a higher chess rating.
Yeah, I did recently have like a big realization that like I think my biggest problem is that when I play games, I feel like actually playing the games, especially in particularly dry positions, is incredibly unnatural for me.
In
So
what
like
kind of positions?
in like dry positions, especially symmetrical
Okay.
positions,
Yeah.
like it's like I'm pretty notorious for if the position is completely symmetrical, I'll offer a draw, and if my opponent declines the draw, then I'll like be like checked out of the game. And it's like I realized that actually playing like an equal position is incredibly unnatural for me. So and I think that's part of like being really uncomfortable when it's not clear that one sided. Like I would even like it's like to the point where I'm more excited to play a game where I'm like where I know my position sucks than to be playing a game where it's obviously
Yeah.
exchange friends super equal.
Yeah. I know why. It makes sense. Basically, you need something to tell you what you're supposed to be doing. You have to know, like, I'm attacking or I'm defending or something, and it's very, very uncomfortable to not know what you're supposed to be doing. It's the same thing as, like, in life when people are just, like, uncomfortable because they don't know, like, the point, right? And they're like, I don't know what I should be doing with myself. I don't know the meaning of life, so, like, they don't know what to do next. It's similar in chess. Like, you want some kind of, like, guide to just be like, yeah, you're playing to control this square, and then once you get control of that square, you'll be able to open up the king side. And then you're like, okay, I can do that. I can focus on taking control of this square and then opening the king side. But if you don't know what that thing is, you're just like very uncomfortable. Everything you do might be wrong. You don't know if you're the good guy or the bad guy. Yeah. Okay. And by the way, if you just want to be really great at puzzles and spend your life doing puzzles and not playing chess, that's like legitimate too. You could just try and become really good at puzzles. I mean, there's like a world puzzle solving championship. You could compose puzzles. Like, you could, that could be your thing. Like, there's no reason why like chess would have to have supremacy over some specific field within it. But if you want to get better at playing chess, you're definitely going to have to increase the percentage of playing from 10%, like really dramatically. Because 10% out of 15 hours a week is 1.5 hours a week of playing. And that's...
Yeah, I think I do play a little more than that.
A little bit more than that. That would be pretty minimal for improving, especially where you are on the curve. Like, I think like you need like a lot of like practice, like an exercise of like thinking about your opponent's possibilities, like, which I've suggested to you that could be like really useful to you. But I mean, people normally don't do that as an exercise. They just like work on doing that during their games, right? Like, that's why I invented an exercise for you that I'd never given anyone else last week, is because I guess you weren't getting that in your own games so much.
I did also realize though, I recently, like, I used to play a ton of blitz chess, like not bullet, but I would play a ton of 3 and 5 minute games.
Mm-hmm.
And I told myself, okay, it's probably better to play rapid or classical. And so I told myself, I kind of quit blitz like cold turkey.
Yeah.
And when I did that, I found myself like, because when I played a lot of blitz, I would actually play like, more. I would play like, I was playing a lot more. But then when I told myself I need to play slower games, it's like, I think I just enjoy blitz way more, to the point where if I'm playing only rapid, I end up just not playing, which I think I probably should play some blitz and some rapid, just so I can like get myself to enjoy the game, get myself to enjoy actually playing as much. Because when I told myself that blitz was hurting my chest, I think not playing is worse than playing blitz, right?
Yeah. And I mean, if you just don't want to slow down, then maybe that's just not what you want to do. Maybe you never want to play like classical chess, or like do puzzles that take like 30 minutes instead of 30 seconds. I mean, that may be, and you could just accept that about yourself. Like, you don't, like, when you say like blitz is hurting your chess, like if chess to you is blitz chess, that's fine. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. You can just become the best blitz chess player you can be if that's what you enjoy. You don't have to like force yourself to conform to somebody else's sense of what chess is really about.
And I mean, I do enjoy playing rapid, but I feel like I get I get more burnt out on it. Like, I don't get burnt out from playing like blitz. Like, I'll just keep getting back in the queue and have a good time with some music on. But with rapid, like if I lose 3 rapid games in a row, I'll be tilted. Like, I might not play chess for the rest of the week. Where like if I lose 3 blitz games, I'll go 9 blitz. I'll go 9 losses deep in blitz, and I'll just change the playlist. So with rapid, I definitely get tilted and I have to take a break. Where with blitz, it's I'll just keep playing and I'll keep enjoying it.
So why don't we just embrace that? Why don't we just try and become a good Blitz player?
Yeah, I think because and I mean it hit me like very recently that I realized when I stopped playing Blitz, like it went to like 90% puzzles and 10% actually playing.
Okay. So does it interest you to just work on your Blitz chess and get better at Blitz?
Uh, yeah, I mean, I think it'd probably be like if I just had a Blitz session, every day, every other day, have a Blitz session for an hour or two.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, I think it's easy to find. For me, it's a lot more natural to find a balance between having a Blitz session and then still getting some study time in,
Mm-hmm.
and not just puzzles, but also like reviewing master games. Uh, but I don't know, it's weird. It's like when if I have a rapid game session, I'll do rapid sessions, and when I do, it wears me out way too fast. It's hard to explain.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if I say I'm going to do a rapid session, and after the rapid session I'm going to study, like I'll start, I'll play 4 rapid games and I'll start studying, and then I'll be like just out of there. Where if I do a Blitz session,
Four
after
rapid
the
games
Blitz,
is a lot. 4 rapid games is a lot.
but I mean, like if I play rapid for 2 hours,
Yeah.
I'll be too exhausted. But if I play Blitz for 2 hours, I'll practically be excited because I'll like see how I lost all these games, and I'll be like, right, we can't have that happen again. And
Okay.
it's I don't, and I mean, I do like playing rapid, but I like playing rapid, but I don't like it doesn't motivate me as much, I guess.
All right.
Nowhere near as much.
Let's forget about it then. So here's what to do. Let's create some structure to your Blitz sessions. Let's try this for 1 week. Let's create a structure to your Blitz sessions and have you look at your Blitz games after you've played them. So, let's say a 2-hour Blitz session. How many games would that be? 2-hour Blitz session.
About 12 games of 5 minutes.
Let's say about 12 games. All right, because we're not going to put like an hour count on it. We're going to put like a game count, and we'll see. So here's what you're going to try this week. You're going to try and do 3. I think you have time for it. Let me see. Yeah. 3 Blitz sessions. They're going to be... It's going to be like a 12-round tournament, right? You sit down and you play 12 Blitz games, okay? You can decide in advance. You get like a 10-minute snack break at 1 hour or something like that if you want. But have a structure in mind for how you're going to do it. Play through the 12 games and then you're done when you're done with those 12 games. And then you're going to record some things. If you want to go play more Blitz afterwards, you can. But I want there to be these chunks that have a certain integrity to them, as if you were playing a Blitz tournament, right? And this is an idea that came from like Greg Shahade, that, and then via like Kostya to me, that like when you're playing Blitz, if you have like some time frame to it, some kind of plan to it, then it's a bit more valuable as far as improving your Blitz. This was like a plan if somebody was trying to improve their Blitz chess, right? So you're going to play a 12-hour chunk. When you're done with that, you're going to go see what was my performance rating during those 12 games and how many points did I score, right? So you're going to say I played 12 games. I scored 6.5, 5.5 against an average rating of whatever, 1432. And that's a performance rating of 1463. Okay? And you'll mark that down. On another day, you're going to go back and you're going to look at your games. So that's going to be a second step, right? So basically, you're going to have 3 sessions where you play these 12-round tournaments, and you're going to have 3 sessions where you look over games from those tournaments. And I'll send you the words of this thing. But when you go through the games, obviously you're not going to analyze them to death.
They're still Blitz games.
They're still Blitz games, right? I'm not telling you to spend more than 5 minutes studying a game that took you 5 minutes to play. I'm not, right? But you're still going to take a look at each game and try to basically highlight your best guess within 5 minutes, which won't be right every time, obviously, but like your best guess as to where somebody lost the game, whether it be you or your opponent, right? So you could say like, oh, here's how I think I lost the game. Basically, the idea is that you describe it in like 2 to 3 sentences, right? So here I lost the game because I like lost a piece, I had lost track of this, right? Or I missed like some defensive resource for the opponent. You put it into like ideas for me, 2 to 3 sentences per game. I think you could do that for sure in the same time or less that it takes you to play the 12-round session. It should take you less time. So if the session takes you 2 hours, it should probably take you like 1 to 2 hours to review the session. And definitely I don't want the reviewing it to be onerous. So if you're not enjoying like the review, make the review shorter. Don't chuck it out the window before 1 week is up of trying it, but make it shorter if it's not awesome for you. The idea is that at some point we'll notice some patterns in it and have some ideas for what you could do to improve your performance in those kind of blitz sessions, and then we can see your blitz rating and your blitz performances going up.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Any questions about that?
I think that makes sense. I actually do typically review games in just a couple minutes, regardless of the time. Well, not bullet games, of course, but rapid and blitz games and longer. I usually do review them in just a couple minutes and just try to see where I think it went wrong.
Great.
So that shouldn't be unnatural.
Great. Great. So I'll just like type this stuff up for you guys. I've got like the rudiments, but I'll flesh it out a little bit better, and then send it to you as soon as I can get to it. Hopefully really soon. Do any of the 4 of you have any questions for me before I let you go for the next group? It's too bad you're all studying different things, but we'll make it work. Okay.
I guess. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess a question. I like my study plan, and it really resonates with me. I guess. What is the idea behind the specialty there of getting better with the like starting the master games and
like what are you going to get strong at by studying the games? Yeah. So you don't yet know what you're going to get strong at, but you're going to get strong at whatever McDonald and Labourdonnais were strong at. You're going to absorb the greatest strength of each of those 2 players. That's what's going to happen for you, and you don't yet know what that is.
Perfect.
But it's something, and you'll get it. They played a lot of games, so.
All right, Highlander it is. Gotta take their head.
Take their head, and with it their power. Jesse probably doesn't even know that, does he?
Boo.
Or was it it's Kosya who's never seen it. It's Kosya who hadn't even heard of it or something.
Oh, that's sad. Sad days.
He was like, this seems like a cool thing that people are into, but what is it?
Best movie of the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to occasionally, like, when my parents finally got a TV, I would sometimes steal an episode of that when they were out.
The show was amazing. Show's better than the movie.
Yeah, I have actually never seen the movie. I just.
Oh wow. They even did they did one movie together too. The two actors. So that's out there.
Nice. I'll see it sometime. I rewatched the show once. I actually watched the show like in its more or less entirety at some point. Eventually.
I made my wife watch it when we got married our first year. So it went over okay. She made it through.
She made it through. All right, guys. I'm going to kick you out, not because I don't love you. And I'll see you around.
Just one question.
Yeah.
I just thought of it like listening to Miles talking about Blitz versus Rapid and stuff. I was just wondering, lately I've been wondering about like playing like 5+5 or 15+10 with like my goal of getting dangerous in the opening. Like, is it dumb to like play 5+5 because I get more opportunities to practice the opening, or
No,
no?
not dumb. It's fine.
Probably still better to go with 15+10, or
I don't think there's an answer on that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it comes down to trying both and seeing which one is letting you work on what you want to work on.
Sure. Good.
Yeah. I mean, if you really only want to work on the opening and you've got like a partner to play with, you can be like, when we hit move 15, we just stop. That'll get you more openings in, right? Just like, I mean, that's why you can get like really good practice by having like people to train with, right? You could be like, I just want to play like as many open Sicilians to move 15 as possible today. And if that's your goal, you can get in like 200 with Elfins, or you could get in like 10 by just like going on chess.com and like playing randomly. So.
Good.
Yeah. All right. Au revoir.
Good night.
Thanks.
Au revoir.
Merci. Au revoir.
Change the title where they're coming in.
Morning.
Good morning. Guten Morgen. Wie hast du
guten
geschlafen?
Ganz gut.
Ja.
Und wie geht's?
Ja, gut, ja.
Ach, schön. Ich hatte schon Zeit zum Bäcker zu gehen. War ganz angenehm.
Ah, schön. Was hast du geholt?
Ich habe ein Brötchen für meine Familie geholt.
Brötchen, ja.
Hallo.
Hallo.
Wie ist dein Morgen, Falk?
Ganz gut, danke.
So.
I know no
Sonne
German,
scheint schon, ist ganz angenehm.
but hello everyone.
Hello, Liechtenstein.
I know it was the Germanist name. Hello.
One of them.
Yeah.
The other day, somebody was like, David, do you have something to do with like Germany? Like, I just can't figure out where your Prussia name comes from. I'm like, Prussia.
Weird.
There's no way, Seth. No one's actually from Liechtenstein. There are what, like 6 people in that country?
What's that?
Yeah. Yeah, my grandfather, when he visited, like Switzerland, and Liechtenstein is between Switzerland and Austria.
Yeah.
And he got the whole family. We all had Liechtenstein shirts, but
I actually biked through the country of Liechtenstein one time.
Oh, that's cool.
How many minutes did it take you?
Well, if I wasn't gazing so hard at all the countryside, maybe 20.
Maybe 20.
Yeah, the mountain there. Beautiful.
There's some great story about how Switzerland accidentally invaded Liechtenstein once because they were just doing military drills and just didn't realize they had crossed the border. No one in Liechtenstein patrols.
Someone was like, "Hey, what the heck are you doing?"
Right. The people from Liechtenstein were all like, we knew this day would come.
How funny would it be if Liechtenstein had, like, more gun ownership than the U.S.? Just like randomly, everyone there is just like at their home, armed to the teeth, even though they have like no real army.
I mean, Switzerland is more armed than the U.S.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because in Switzerland, everybody has. A
I
gun
have
at their
heard that
house, so that they get from the
Switzerland is-
military.
We have
And so like
in the U.S.
like everybody actually has. I mean, they are like rifles. They're not like whatever. But they do like. I think the guns per capita in Switzerland is actually higher than the United States.
I have heard that something like that about Switzerland. I still am skeptical. Yeah, I don't know.
But
More
they're
guns
rifles.
per-
It's
I would say.
not like AK-47s. They're gonna mow you down.
Well, the thing about the U.S. is it's not that a high percentage of the population owns guns, but a few people own a lot of guns.
Switzerland is 28 guns per 100 people.
Wow,
That's huge.
it's a lot.
U.S. is 120 guns per 100 people.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. Never
Yeah,
mind.
that's what I
Like,
thought.
there's
Wait, what about? But what if you looked it up as percentage of people that own guns?
That is a good question.
That's what I was.
That's where I think I might be going with this one.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
The
Wow.
percentage of armed citizens with
More guns per people. Do we have more cars per people in the U.S.? Do we have more than 330 million cars?
Probably.
Well, more than Switzerland.
Do we have more? Are you saying are there more cars than people
Actually,
in the
no,
U.S.?
probably not. No.
Probably not.
Oh, wow. This is
I'm
probably
gonna say
close.
no.
I'm gonna guess under. My price is right guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say more people than cars. You know, there's like what 80, 90 million of those people are children.
But I mean, that same thing applies to the guns, right? So,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Kids,
Guns and children. All right.
yeah.
Are we live?
Of course.
yeah. What
Great.
did you-
You know
I
what?
don't know when
they,
we went
they learn
live.
about chess. They learn a little bit
But,
about
Yeah,
Yeah.
this
ownership. We're a channel that does everything.
this
There are
chess-
280 million cars registered in the U.S. in 2018.
Cool.
So, just
That's
under
close.
the number
Just
of
under.
people. More than the
Please
number
live
of
in
adults.
Athens.
More than the number of adults. Yeah, that I would have definitely guessed.
So, anyways, more guns than cars, though.
Yeah.
In case anyone was wondering how those numbers compared.
Right. And do we have more gun deaths or more car deaths? Okay, let's get to chess.
About equal. I think they're both about 35,000 a year.
Okay.
You're kidding me. We have as many gun deaths as car deaths.
I mean,
It's the last stat I'm looking up before.
yeah.
That's crazy. I always say like drive.
38,000 car deaths. And I think it's 35 for gun deaths.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, it's close.
So I always say like driving a car is the most dangerous thing most people do.
Right.
Man, not if you're armed.
I said most people.
Most people. Yeah.
Anyways,
All right.
yeah.
So let's see what I had planned for today. Oh, that's interesting.
Beth and I just played an ugly game.
Ugly. And it could have gone on for like 50 more moves if Dylan hadn't offered me a drop.
Well, you were better. Well, I don't know. I think the only reason you were better is if you can win knight and bishop endgame.
You think I would have to make? Well, anyway, I just
I
took.
think I always had that in my back pocket. Anyway,
I never take a draw, but I took one because I knew we had to get to this.
yeah, same.
Okay. So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna start by I'm gonna do a little assessment on your tactics. So we're gonna go around all four of you, and I'm gonna try and
Don't look
figure
at
out.
my last game with Dylan.
Yeah, I'm not gonna look at your games. I'm gonna give you each a position, and have you just kind of calculate out loud.
Oh, cool.
And that way I'll get to see sort of except I'm not going to do it for Drit. I've already
What?
assessed you, so
Oh man, tricky.
Should I just go?
no participate. It's a group. We'll say something useful for you. But I'm going to assess where the other three of you are on your calculation, and then I'm going to tell you how you can each be working on your calculation.
Sweet.
Okay. So we're gonna start with I'm using a position from a game of Falks to make it extra useful for Falk while somebody else does this as a calculation. All right, Drew, you can go first. So we're going to calculate from White's perspective in this position here.
Okay.
Okay. First, I'm going to make a move for Black. Otherwise, it would be Rook takes Queen. Hopefully, you got that far. So I'll play a move for Black, and then you just sort of start calculating out loud for White, like stream of calculation consciousness. Just whatever comes to your mind, and we'll just see where you can get in 3 minutes. We're not going to do anything like super lengthy. It's just a quick assessment. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Falk, Seth, Drit, you can all calculate along as you like. Although I already know what Dritman's going to calculate.
Oh.
Really?
All right. So, Black plays Queen A2. It's on you, Drew.
All right. So my first thought is bishop to B4, to just kind of get in between, but I'm not really sure I like that because it just doesn't seem like it's adding much to any sort of attack. But the bishop is threatened by the queen, so it has to move. Maybe, unless I can find moving the rook up to B2 to stop the bishop attacking the rook. There's no sort of check from there, but then I'm looking at the black bishop moving and revealing some sort of attack to come down onto the rook on C1. But the rook on C1 is protected by the bishop, so I think that rook would be fine. Then I'm looking at some sort of queen takes opportunity to sack, just because this is a calculation, so look at all the fun things, but I don't see anything with that. Just bringing the queen back could be solid to just sort of start spinning around to the other side, towards where the kings are, and kind of like just reopening an attack over there, because if the rook on C8 has to move, then the bishop would have to go somewhere, but before the rook could move, so there's some sort of a time advantage there. So I'm thinking that maybe even getting out from this position, I kind of want to just solidify things onto the king side and bring things back over to the right. So I would actually suggest I would probably play something solid here, like a queen B2 move, just to solidify and then sort of start approaching the right side of the board, and let black have the whole queen side, because there's nothing on there with any sort of advantage to work with in the first place. So I'm thinking, maybe move the queen down to B2 with a plan of moving the bishop over to the bishop then. And there's just a lot of power down there that there's not much for black to deal with. So I can start maneuvering pieces into maybe rook pushes up to C3, and then across over
After
to...
Queen B2, what move do you expect black to play?
Maybe moving the bishop. Oh shoot, bishop over to A3.
Wait, when you play Queen B2 here, you think black will play bishop A3?
Oh no, the queen's not protected.
Does your chessboard have a black queen on A2?
Yes. Sorry,
okay.
No, I missed it. I was kind of just thinking about. I just had started to think about already the king side. I didn't really think about the threat, so I think the queen has to get out of the way. So then the queen would actually take the queen or move out of the way. Maybe queen. I think a queen trade actually might be best here to just reduce my power. Yep. But I still think that I'm happy with that, because I can still move the the rooks back over towards the king side.
Okay.
And just start attacking there. And I can probably do a pawn push around the king, to kind of to just make sure I'm not going to get back ranked at some point, but just continue some sort of an attack, king side. I think that's about 3 minutes, probably.
Yep. You're good. I'm just typing a note now. Okay. I'm gonna grab a game for you now. So. Oh, look, Falk played this game too. Interesting. Okay, Seth.
So, 3 minutes, you said?
Yeah, you have 3 minutes to just tell me what you see. I'll stop at some point and tell you you're white.
Okay.
Oh, actually,
Wait.
let's go here for a second. Yeah, let's try this one. This one's fine. Okay, so it's white's move here. So your opponent's, the last thing that happened was you played queen g4 attacking g7. Your opponent defends it by castling.
It's okay that I can see the moves in the game.
Yeah. You know that white
Okay.
played rook e3. You don't know if that's good or bad.
Okay.
You can consider moves other than rook e3 as well. All right. So give me some calculation.
I don't see any checks or captures worth considering. Rook e3, lifting the rook to bring it to the g file to continue. So rook e3 to g3 is the plan. So if you play rook e3, black can. Black could play bishop g5, or they could ignore it, and then after rook g3, and play bishop g5. Bishop g5, you have knight f3, and then that looks bad for black, I think. Knight f3, black needs to well, black I guess maybe could play queen e7 there. All right, I should look at more candidates. Rook e3, well, you could bring the knight to f3 now. Just preparing to develop the bishop, but don't love the look at that because I gets in the way of my potential rook lift. I'd like to rook lift and then bring it over to the G file or H file, and then have the bishop possibly looking at H6 as a target. There's in this position, I guess you could play it more slow with like rook B1 just to the half open file there. Black, let's see, black's position. What do they need? I really think I think this rook plan, if you can provoke black to push a pawn and make them force them to play like G6, that looks good for the position for white.
Yep. Let me interrupt you for a second. You're doing fine.
Yeah.
But I just want to try something else. White has a tactic here. Like, it's just a position from a game, but actually white has a tactic available.
Okay. It's funny because it's like all right. Queen takes G7 is insane. Knight E4. It's not F4. Okay, well, back to, I guess, there's got to be something on H6 then, would be my guess, but is the most glaring tactical problem for black, and in combination with the pin on the G file. I guess the E pawn is pinned to the queen, but it's not anything to do. I don't see it. Knight F3. So, sorry, I'm supposed to be talking a lot. Knight F3. Threatening H6. King H7 or bishop. All right, King H7. Looks risky, but I don't see the knockout. Rook E3 was played. I don't see that. Yeah. Knight F3. Knight F3, bishop. Yeah, Knight F3, king. Okay, so Knight F3, maybe King H7, then bishop takes H6. G takes H6. I don't see that. Yeah.
All right. We're good.
Okay.
We are good. I'm gonna grab another one for Falk now. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Falk, you're white this game?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you seen this game?
No, I did not.
Okay, I didn't think so. Black plays knight G4. Takes. Okay, it's your move.
Okay.
Out loud.
Oh yeah, sorry. So yeah, we are equal in material. The opponent's king is kind of open to like a check on c4 maybe. Both of my rooks feel somewhat misplaced. If he ever has an attack, it's maybe by moving the rook, or like if he doubles up on the h file, then I can just go rook g2 maybe, or push the f pawn in some variation maybe, and like cover h2 with the rook or the queen. So I don't think he has an attack, so it's nothing to be worried about maybe. So I guess the first move to look at is something like queen c4, or bringing a rook over to the c or d file, and maybe h4. So okay, let's look at h4 maybe first, because looks. Oh yeah, if I go h4 and he plays g takes h, then just king h2 and my king is safe maybe. But it doesn't really achieve anything, so maybe just queen c4 check. And then if queen blocks, it's also not. If queen c4, queen d5, and then maybe I can. I guess if I take and then c takes d and rook c1, it's. I don't know, maybe he goes rook c6 then, and it's like, if I take again, it's probably equal somehow.
Okay.
And maybe if I go, I mean, maybe if we get to the endgame, I can somehow get my king more active, since the e and g pawns look weak.
Yeah.
So if I go rook a to c1 here maybe, or a to d1, and then like push the pawn and get like a rook to the 7th file, would maybe be an option too.
Okay. So let's play rook d1 for you, and now give me a list of the moves for the opponent that you would consider.
So rook a d1. Okay. So I would consider rook f6, so he maybe can break open in the h file with the h7 pawn, and maybe rook a to f8, and maybe just place the queen behind. Oh no, you can't move the queen because the pawn is hanging.
You just give me a list of candidate moves. You don't have to examine them any further than that. So just after rook d1, tell me any move you would consider for black, but you don't have to explain how they're going to follow up.
Okay. So rook f8, rook f6, rook h3, maybe king h8, maybe queen f5, and I guess rook h5, but it's not that good.
Okay. So you wouldn't even look at queen h5 threatening mate in 1?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh yeah, now that I see it, it's like, how can I unsee it? But yeah.
Yeah, of course. Okay. So I can just quickly tell you that all three of you, your calculations are very much like structured and controlled by like positional ideas. So basically, you're only really calculating moves that fit in with your strategic sense of the position. You're not looking at random moves that might go against that. So this is not the case for Drit, by the way. But for example, in this position here, Seth looked at like G7 and H6 as plausible targets for white, right? So every move that Seth looked at was like moving pieces in that direction. Very, very logical strategically, right? I'm not saying there's something wrong with that, right? I also missed that in this position, white has the move knight to b3, moving away from the king side. It attacks a5 and h6 at the same time. That's why it's a good move. And it's a move that the three of you would be unlikely to consider because it doesn't fit into the structure of black strong on the queen side, white's looking to do something at g7/h6.
Right.
Interestingly,
Black
I actually did find that move actually.
Okay.
While looking at it, yep. No, I found that one.
Very nice.
Because black also has a misplaced knight, sort of.
Strategically, it's well placed, and tactically,
it's bad.
badly placed.
Right.
So strategy and tactics don't always overlap, right? You can have a piece that's well placed strategically but badly placed tactically, or well placed tactically but poorly placed strategically. So.
But if knight takes,
then white can play bishop takes h6, and black has to stop mate in 1, and then you can either take the knight or take the rook. Yeah, and white comes out with a bit of an advantage. Or if we take the first example, this one here, a lot of Drew's thinking here was like, there's nothing on the queen side, so we'll reroute pieces towards the king side, right? Similar. I mean, it's this somewhat similar pawn structure. So that makes sense. But again, it was like a lot of your thinking was kind of like general and structured by the positional factors in the position rather than just randomly looking at like rook takes c5 and, you know, queen takes c8 and stuff like that. Right? Or like, you know, series of like rook moves attacking the queen. Right? Which may serve no strategic purpose, but sometimes there's some tactics in those kind of moves. And the final example that we had here, in this one here, Falk was looking at, you know, black could put pressure along the F file when looking for candidate moves for black, right? Or white could play on the C or D files, right? So it's very structured by the strategic expectations in the position. Falk, if you play h4, black can play rook takes. And checkmate.
Yeah.
And if you don't play h4, but play some move like rook c1 or rook d1 or something, black can also play rook h2. Yeah.
So, like, I think that's, like, this idea of calculating strategically, and, I think that's probably true. I've, you know, even been told that before, that, like, in general, I do that. But is it also possible, like, just in different positions, you're just, based on whatever patterns you recognize or whatever, you're just more tuned to certain ideas tactically? Because, like,
yeah, I mean, there's no reason, like, I noticed a trend in your thought processes, right? You could say it was only one position. What can I tell from one position, right? But I'm not judging you based on whether or not you found like the answer to one position, right? I followed your thought processes, which allows me to see what the structure was to your thought process, right?
Right. Because like in Drew's though, it felt a lot more like tactical to me when I was looking at it.
Yeah.
And like mine, I guess, looked tactical too, but like, you know, slower.
Right.
Like I was still trying to set up any possible tactics.
There's no reason why, because your thought process generally operates a certain way, there wouldn't be some positions where you would notice the tactic, or some positions where like a different move would jump out at you, etc. Right? Like, we're not just one stereotype. We've got a lot of complicated stuff going on in different pattern recognition, but you each had quite a bit of structure to what you were looking at, was like moves that fell in line with the strategic framework of the position. Okay, so in terms of how you all should be studying tactics right now, should be, I think we said it should still be 15 minutes a day. Okay. So I think a decent exercise for Falk, Seth, and Drew, who have enough stuff in common in terms of how they calculate, I think a decent exercise for you would be taking a game and playing through the game until you think there's a tactic. So basically, play through the game, and like the tactical goal is to identify the moment when there might be a tactic available for one side or the other. I think that's going to be a good exercise for the three of you to try, at least for a week, and let me know how it goes. And
like any random game, is this like, or like a GM game, our games?
yeah, any random game. Could be a GM game, could be a game of yours.
There aren't really ever tactics in like GM games, I feel like, though.
It's rarer, yeah. It's rarer that like they actually appear on the board, but you can still identify times when people would be like calculating for a tactic, and maybe the GMs will avoid it, but I can still tell if you're like thinking of a good time to start calculating. So you could do it with any level of game if you like, but I would guess that like if you just swapped games, that might be a good way to do it. Like if Seth just played through games in like Falk's game history, and Falk just played through games in Drew's game history, and Drew played through games in Seth's game history, that might be like one pretty good way of doing it.
Would it also be possible to combine it with my own analysis? Like when I analyze my own games, I like, let's say the first thing I do is like to look for tactics, and then I start my analysis, or...
You could do this exercise on a game of yours and then analyze after you've done it. Yeah. No reason not to. The pace at which I would do this, you should be able to do it in just a couple minutes, and then write down what move you thought. So like if we picked this game here, we've already seen an example from. I'll give you a sample pace. Here you should be going like basically fast. You know, there's no tactic, right? They're just bringing out their knights to F3 and F6 or whatever, right? So this part should be fast. So 94, you could stop for a second and then just say, okay, whatever, it's just going to be a trade. And then you could say, probably there's not yet a tactic for black, but white could start paying attention. Then you could say, all right, time to calculate.
Yeah.
Right? But it would make sense, I think, to basically, like up to here, you're playing pretty fast, right? And then you get here, you're like, maybe I'll start slowing down how fast I'm clicking through the moves to try and find the moment when tactics start to happen, right? And you play another move or two. Like, okay, storm clouds are building. I'm slowing down my pace. Okay, I'm calculating. Right? So it could be done in a minute, but this was only move 15, right? In some other game, it might be on move 25 or something, which by definition would take a bit longer. You're just trying to find one spot. You don't have to play through the whole game. So you're just trying to find like the first spot in the game where you would say like there's a fair chance of a tactic that you would want to stop and calculate. So I think it could take you like 1 to 5 minutes per game to do it. So in 15 minutes, you should definitely be able to do this with 3 games, this exercise. And then you just write down the move number, right? Like the product or like the answer or whatever, the written part of the assignment is you write down, move 15, move 22,
The
move
point
16.
is that we're not finding the tactic. We're just feeling like it's the position that would have one, right?
Yep. There may or not be a tactic. You're just slowing down and like saying like, okay, this is a position that may have a tactic, right?
Okay.
Or this is a position where I should calculate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we send you the games and like the move where we think it's happening, or
Yeah,
do we like
exactly.
collect it? Okay.
You can do that, or you could collect it for yourself and give me your feedback next week on how the exercise went for you over the course of the week.
Okay.
But I would guess that you could get to about 20 repetitions of the exercise over the course of the week. So it'll give you a sense if this exercise is like working or not for you. And you'll definitely have to like give me a couple of your answers so I can check and give you some feedback on how you're doing with it.
How many games should I do? Like, is it okay if I do 5 a day, or
If you want, yeah.
or it's like 10 or more? It's like more recommended.
No, I think like 3 per day would probably be enough, and you might be able to do 4 or 5. But I think 15 minutes of doing it, so
Okay.
should be at least 3, maybe 5.
That sounds
Yeah. So, are we writing down variations that we're calculating, or just the move?
No, you don't need to find a tactic. You just have to find a moment where you think there could be a tactic.
Game and a move.
Okay. But you said like you're like a couple that we have the results. So would that be like ones where we do write down like what we actually calculated, or?
Sorry, what's that?
So you just said like have a couple to share. Would those be ones where we actually write
No.
down what we calculated?
That would just be like Falk saying like, or you saying like, in this game here it was move 15. In this game here it was 20. And then I'll just like go to move 15 or 20 and like assess if that was reasonable.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Also without calculating.
And to check to see if we might have missed one on move 12.
Right. I'll click through the game up to that move to see if, there was some moment earlier or not.
If we go a little slower, is that bad?
It's not bad, but I would say 5 minutes per game would be fairly slow.
5 minutes per game. That includes That includes finding the move and the calculation.
No calculation.
There's no calculation.
No
No
calculation.
calculation.
Yeah.
So we just look at this and go, yeah, I'd calculate that.
The product is at move 15 I would calculate. But you don't calculate, you just say at this move I would stop and calculate.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Asking this of Seth is a high order.
Yeah.
Is it confusing or distasteful?
I don't think it's distasteful. I think, should we not practice calculating too?
You can do that next week. We'll see how this goes.
Okay.
You'll practice calculating during your games.
Okay, for sure. Okay. And,
So there are stages in tactical ability, the development of tactical ability. The first stage is knowing when to calculate.
Sure.
The second stage is knowing some patterns. Well, you need each of those two. They're sort of like sub prerequisites. You need to know some patterns and you need to know when to calculate. Then the next stage is doing some calculations. Right? The stage after that is having good visualization of the positions you're calculating. The stage after that is doing good evaluations of the positions that you've now visualized that you calculated.
Sure.
And then it's just getting more branches and deeper.
There's no like.
After that.
What about like calculating to calculate? Does that
Like
make sense?
calculating whether or not to calculate?
Yeah.
No.
That's not a thing.
No.
So we're just going strictly on intuition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or I mean intuition, or maybe sort of like looking around the board and seeing how many pieces are attacking each other.
Right.
Stuff
Can
like
we
that.
like yeah. Can
I
we,
mean, this
like,
was
look
this
for,
was
like,
not
can we-
this is not particularly like deep. Like black just moved a piece where they're like attacking each other.
Right. Yeah. I understand. So that's immediate.
It's not like I didn't look at the you are looking at the positions, so it's not like you're not allowed to look or something, but you're not like, does knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, bishop takes knight, does that work or not? If yes, then I'll
Okay.
calculate. If not, then I won't.
Fair enough. Then I guess maybe what I'm not saying is a calculation is more just like a board assessment. Like, can I say like count loose pieces or something like that? You know?
If you want to do that, that can be done. Yeah. I mean, you saw the way I did it. It took me like a minute. I slowed down for a second on this move here. Right? But within a second or so, I identified like, oh, well, whatever. They're just like trading pieces or something. There's only one piece attacked, not like 3 for each side or something, right? Just one piece attacked. So they're just doing a trade. And then I went pretty quickly again. When the rook lifted over, I said, okay, now I'm going to play like a little bit slower. Because because the pace at which I played through the beginning, you wouldn't even notice if like a tactic came up. Because I'm like, this is how fast I play through this part. Right? So at that pace, you wouldn't notice if like 5 pieces were hanging, right? But I notice when black's going here, I'm like, oh, something might be coming up soon. So now I'm clicking every 5 seconds instead of every 1 second or something, right? And that allows me to identify, oh, the pieces are attacking each other.
I think black might have had rook h2 instead of knight g4.
Mm-hmm.
Rook g2, king h2, knight g4, king g3.
Knight takes. Yeah.
No, you gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go king g3. King g3, knight gf2. Oh wow.
King.
Yeah. Okay. And this just looks. Yeah. Okay.
But anyway.
Well, actually, before that.
Anyway, but I just.
That's insane.
G3 is covered.
Yeah. That's cool. But I just getting back to the idea. I just obviously
just trust them for the lead.
No, I know, but I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. It's just like when I go through a game, like if I like obviously, you know, maybe besides like very obvious like opening positions that I know or recognize enough at least to, you know, to just play it normally, development wise or whatever. But like if you just like when I go through a game, if I just play it like if I'm like methodically checking, like I have to sometimes like count and recount like attackers to defenders and stuff like that just in my own game. Not necessarily tactical situations, but just like making sure that I'm not
Right. Like, for example, in this game here, maybe just like counting how many pieces are
Like on
attacking
this
or
knight.
defending the knight
Yeah, exactly.
when you've got a situation like this.
Exactly. Just when anytime pieces are looking at each other and pawn, right?
Mhm.
I just think.
Yeah.
And I
Well,
don't know if
this will
it's
push you to
doable.
speed up at that a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. You're trying to keep track of, whether or not there are hanging pieces to some extent. I mean, that could be one example of it. I mean, you don't have to. Like, someone could do it just off of instinct, but you could also sort of be trying to keep track of how many pieces are hanging or not, or if somebody's near the opponent's king or not, right? Like, if there's, a rook and a queen over on the H file or something, like, you sort of see they're there without knowing if they have a tactic or not.
Okay.
I actually remember, Seth, one of our OTV games when we were sitting there looking at one position for a long time, and both of us were just counting. We were like defending. And I think that at least I was a little frustrated at that point because I was like, I should have been able to calculate that. I should have been able to pass through that and just go, okay, that's the number. I can move on. But like we were both sitting there for like 3 minutes for some reason, just counting how many pieces were defending this one square. Or not 3, but maybe it was 2. I don't know. But it was kind of so that's kind of what I'm looking at with this exercise too. Is like, can I just quickly do those? Like,
Yeah.
just know it.
Sometimes it's better than others, but no, it generally. If I don't keep double check, things get lost in the fog there for me. So.
Okay. Well, try it, and if it doesn't work, then you'll let me know that.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. But that should be the pace. You should definitely get through 3 in 15 minutes.
Okay.
And you can stop at 15 minutes, and you can tell me I only got through 1 or something.
Yeah.
But then we'll have to figure out what's,
Because and the other thing is, like, if I ever try to, like, flick through a game quickly to see what's happening, I always have to stop and be like, wait, what's going on here? I'm have to go back, and I can't, like, keep up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go faster than you go, but I mean,
Right.
I don't want to, like, set you up for failure or anything like that. You should be able to get through 3 in 15 minutes, maybe 5.
Okay.
I think. All right, Drit. So the next step for you in calculation is improving the evaluation. We've talked about that, right? But that's not actually practicing your calculation, right? It's sort of like a sub thing that's needed for your calculations to like help you win your games. So we've talked about an exercise you can do on that, but I'd still like to tell you how you can just keep doing some regular calculations to stay sharp with calculation. Okay.
Sure.
So just because the calculations are pretty crisp already and at a length that's really good relative to your rating, doesn't mean that you don't want to maintain your strength. So what you should do is you should do puzzles, like for example in chess.com puzzles, and what you want to do with the puzzles is not like blaze through them, but try to get the highest percentage right that you can. That's your goal when you do those puzzles. Okay?
Should I cap the time at all on the first move that I make? Or should I just like
Yes.
if I can't get it, just like sit there for 15 minutes?
Yes, I think we're going to give it some kind of cap, but we're going to allow you to like bang your head against it a bit. Okay? So what's your puzzle rating on chess.com approximately?
2300 about?
23?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So at a lower calculation ability, I always tell people just like if you can't get it in this amount of time, give up, like learn the pattern, right? But you're past those puzzles already, right? So now you're doing like tactics that take multiple patterns, and put them together, or there's like a pattern and there's a defense and you have to see if there's a way around it, or there's 3 different ways to try and approach it, or you can try the same tactic in 3 different move orders and stuff like that, right? So so you definitely want to like push yourself to get the right answer. Do you have a sense of how long on average it might take to solve a puzzle at your level? We can also just call some up and try it out.
Yeah, if you want to. I mean, so it's one of those things like you either get, if I don't get it in 30 seconds, it can take, I right now I kept myself at 3 minutes. Like at 3 minutes, I got to make a first move.
Okay.
And I don't know.
Reasonable.
I would say like 25% of the time I hit 3 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe less.
I was offhand like estimating that we would probably go to 5 minutes, but let's get like a couple puzzles up here and just figure out what we really think is best.
Okay.
All right, just adjusting my screen capture. All right, so we'll go to custom puzzles. I'll make the rating range like 2200 to 2400. We'll do all themes, right? So I'm just setting a rating range so we can see puzzles like this. Okay, so here's one for you. It's white to play. You can just go about it.
You want me to speak?
You can just do it in your head. You don't have to out loud it for us. I just want to get a sense of how long it takes you. We'll probably do like 2 or 3. Everyone else can try and solve these puzzles too, of course. You're already trying.
Why doesn't knight f5 just win?
That's what.
Knight f5, d8.
That is definitely the strongest candidate.
That looks great.
Knight f5. You're down a piece.
And no, this is a mating puzzle.
For sure.
Oh, knight f5, king d8, bishop f7, queen is trapped. Yeah. So final answer is knight f5, king d8, bishop. Wait, no, bishop f7, g6.
Bishop f7.
Fuck, that too. Oh, do I have... So f4 first, maybe. f4. f4, knight g6. So... f4, knight g6. Knight f5.
Your queen's hanging.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I was in my headphone chat first.
Yeah.
I was playing. So knight f5, king d8, f5.
Queen takes queen.
Doesn't work still because queen takes queen. Knight f5, king d8, queen e8, king takes. I don't see it.
I think I spotted it.
Yeah, me too. I think so.
There's a lot of pressure here.
Maybe.
At least I think so. But
Wait, I'll chat you.
Should I keep going?
I think you can do another minute or two if you want, but I already have a sense of how many minutes you should spend on this puzzle, so we can go on to the next one if you want.
And we can go on to the next one. What's the answer?
Queen takes knight.
Oh, I got it.
And you have to cover both flight squares with this knight.
Because then you have the bishop.
It's funny. When I first saw this puzzle, I was like, I wonder if it's a stupid puzzle move like queen takes knight, and I never calculated.
Mm-hmm.
Because I forgot about it, but then when I started calculating.
Yeah, I think knight e6 is the hard part.
Yeah, there's a lot of different versions of like knight c6 check, knight f5 check, bishop g5, bishop c5. So
It was weird. As soon as I saw queen takes e5, it was obvious it was the right move, but it took me a while, and like it was like, oh yeah. No,
well,
like,
queen e5 looks like a very promising pattern, like a piece of the puzzle, but you don't know if you start with queen e5 or start with knight c6 and then play queen e5 next. Like you can't know for sure. In these puzzles, you always, in these puzzles, in chess, you always need to be flexible about switching the order of your moves. No matter what like idea you come up with, you're like, that's got to be the right idea. That instinct is only telling you that move is an important move. It's not actually got to be the right first move. So the instinct that tells us it's got to be this is actually not right. It's just this is a piece of what's going on. All right, we'll do another one here.
Oh.
I like to move.
These pawn race ones.
Okay, so H5.
These are ones I can get by brute force if I just spend long enough on them.
I mean, H5 is my instinct because, okay, so H5, F4, King C4. If they go for like B5 check and try to get cheeky, you have to play like King D3.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole idea is that the black king can't get into the diagonal box, and your king can get in the diagonal box. And you're going to have the tempi to queen while your king kind of holds both the pawns before they queen. Like, there's too many lines to calculate here, I think, though. But that's the idea. And, like, if I was doing a puzzle,
yeah,
the only other thing I would calculate is King C4 first. But that seems like an unnecessary tempo because then the black king can go King D7, and then when you push H5, it gets in the box. So it has to be H5 first.
Yes. So if you were solving this, like just trying to maximize your puzzle rating, it would be logical to quickly start with H5 because it's the only move that could possibly queen for white. And if you don't queen for white, you actually like lose. You don't even draw because you can never deal with the B and F ones. So it would be logical to start with H5, F4, King C4, and then see what line the computer plays and then calculate there. Exactly. However, for the exercise that I'm having you do, well, I guess in a game also you would just play H5, King C4, and then like C. So I think that's fine. So let's do that. So you could do this after like a very short period of time, and it should play B5 like you said. Okay, it doesn't play B5. So that's the annoying thing. You need to take back F4 for the computer here if it doesn't play B5. And now you have to try and calculate B5 accurately. And I know it's a bit of a mess of variations, but that's good for you. Okay. That's what you're trying to do by doing a few minutes of this every day.
Okay, B5, King D3. I'll keep going. B5, King D3, F3, H6, F2, King E2. Like, easily, I'm winning the pawn race.
Mm-hmm.
B5, King D3, b4, h6.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm just always in both of the diagonal boxes for those 2 pawns when I'm on d3. Like I'm never in any danger.
Yeah. But it's only winning by like 1 tempo. I don't know how clear the end of it is to you.
I mean, it's kind of like a weird thing as a puzzle because like all I'm trying to do as white is maximize my pawn pushing and my tempi.
Right.
And like whatever happens is going to happen.
Right. Without calculating everything correctly, you always know what the next move is.
Yeah. It's kind of a weird puzzle.
Right. Makes it weird. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Actually, I guess the computer's playing this, so we'll just finish it off. Oh. Whoa! We'll finish it off with a mouse slip. Rooks.
I am. Jeez, I don't know.
All right.
Why,
Next one.
why does it always promote to a rook?
It's a quirk with Stockfish where they think there's a slightly less chance you'll take the piece if it's of lesser value. It's a computational thing.
Funny.
Okay.
Okay.
White to play.
White to play.
And
So
your
the
pawn's at
pawns
A7.
for black are going down.
Their pawn's
Always
at
the first
C3.
question. What?
Their pawn's at C3.
Yeah. So I can't queen right now because of the rook A1 skewer. And I can't step off the file because the king's cut off.
Yeah. And you can just do it in your head if you want to just go into like your normal focus,
okay.
and I'll just
Sorry.
check the time that I think it should take.
I'm pretty sure I have it. I'm just checking variations.
Mm-hmm. Great. You will want to double check with the way I want you to do this calculation.
King A4, A3, A2.
What?
What's that?
King A. Oh, sorry,
King A4, A3, A2.
King A4 here?
Yeah.
And you're going to come all the way down here to stop the rook from getting behind your pawn?
No.
Is that the...
Yeah, because the issue is the king is stuck and the other, but the rook can go up. But I didn't look at the rook going up, and now I'm realizing.
So you were planning King A4, C2, King A3.
No, I mean that doesn't
stuff.
work at all. So they have to try pushing the G pawn. But the issue now that I'm seeing is if I play King A4, A3, etc., the rook is going to go to like B5.
It's C2.
Or what about just king? Or what about just king B2?
No, hold on. Let me try to.
Yeah, sorry.
King A4, A3. Up. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work if it goes up because I. Wait, does it work if it goes up? Because there, queens check. Moves over, takes. Take. Okay, that's a draw. Because I feel like the rook can't move off of the d file. Oh,
Mhm.
maybe rook d8 is the other move I should be looking at. Rook d8, king b2, queens, push. No, that's not. Wait.
D rook a1.
Well, I mean, you're up a rook then, but I don't know if I can stop the other pawn from queening. Hold up.
Yeah.
Rook there. Rook d8. c2. Queens. Rook a1. King b6. Takes. King b2. No, that's a draw too. King a4. Rook b6. Well, king a4, rook b6 actually doesn't work. It like triangulates, but they have g5 ideas. I think I would still play king a4. I don't see it to the end though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, generally speaking, king a4. If black plays c2, they should be okay because they can play rook a1 and trade the rook for the pawn at some point.
Yeah.
So realistically, the only way to win a position like this is to not let the rook trade for your pawn.
Yeah.
So here.
Oh,
One.
I just never even thought of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the puzzles that are the ones where I hit the 3 minutes where like I just can't find the first. I never like it. It's never that like if I find the first candidate move,
You calculated it out, but if there's an idea you don't see, then you can turn
then
around
I can
forever.
spend an infinite amount of time, and it's
Right.
like I wasn't gonna see it. Yeah.
Right.
Like even if I'm like, okay, I have like 5 ideas, like I can calculate them fast enough normally to do it in 3 minutes, but yeah, it's like I could spend 20 minutes and not find it if I don't know the idea.
To me, seeing the difficulty of these problems and taking into account that the approach is to maximize accuracy, which means we're going to do one double check every time that you think you've got the answer to a puzzle. You're going to double check it once, like you would in a game if you thought it was like the move that was going to win the game. Given that, I think 5 minutes instead of 3 is really reasonable.
Okay.
And at 5 minutes, you can choose to make your best guess or whatever and move on. Or if you want to keep going a little bit, you can. But I think around 5 minutes is vaguely like the reasonable time to give up on a puzzle. So again, with 15 minutes per day, that means you're doing like 3 of these quite challenging puzzles per day, I would guess. Or if you happen to see one that you get faster, you might get 4 that day. But so, yeah.
There's not something to be said for like all those calculations. Like you have one idea and you calculate it, a few variations, see that they don't work, and then stepping back and then maybe looking for a new idea, and then you see that rook, the maneuver, like okay,
Yes.
I need to block the check with the rook.
Yes, but it's a complicated piece of your intuition when you feel like I need a new idea, or when you're like it's so close, I just need like one more detail to make it work. So there's not like a clear answer to that. It is true that if you're stumped, you may sometimes be like, okay, I need like a different idea. But even then, sometimes you don't come up with another idea. So even taking that step back sometimes won't yield fruit. Like for me, at least, my own experience, like solving puzzles, right? Like sometimes I'm like, okay, I keep banging my head on this. I need some other idea. So let me like refresh like my eyes and like look at this from a different perspective. But I don't. Like I tell myself to do so, but nothing new comes out.
Because yeah, I don't know. Like sometimes, sometimes it depends like the mode I'm in, I guess, just in general, and like how I'm feeling. But I've definitely spent like 30 minutes and then came up with the solution. So
I can
it's
believe
like-
it.
it's like
There's no doubt in my mind.
so it's like it's not like it's like I don't see the idea and of if you keep it's like you keep banging your head in the wall against the wall. I don't know if that's like a good use of time, but I just know it can be done.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it can be done. Yeah, and sometimes it is done.
Yeah, the pattern to get to the solution definitely would have taken some like extra. Just it doesn't feel like a brute force. It feels more just kind of like.
No, but I
What
think
do I know about positions?
But like I also had the same idea of running the king towards the rook and like David has the understanding right away that like I can't let the rook trade for the pawn and like I don't. But then eventually I see like eventually like if I keep banging my head against the wall, there's a chance I might have seen like I can't let the rook it just doesn't work if the rook trades for the pawn. And then I go and like as soon as he said that, like that idea, he put it on the board before I got it. But I think I was very close to being like, we bring the rook down and block the check.
So kind of just a rule, basically an idea of chess becomes a reality by banging your head against the wall long enough, and that's instructive on its own accord.
I don't know.
Because you failure reigned the solution. You're going to come up with the intuition that David had stated as, well, this is just
The thing is, like, depending on what part of your...
I have a weird question.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that winning for black? For white? Because white gets the queen, but it's a c pawn.
Mm-hmm. It's because there's also a G pawn that black doesn't have stalemates.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just want to say there are many, many different ways to use a single tool like a puzzle trainer, right? Like there are lots of different ways you can use it depending on what part of your own skill you're trying to work on, right? Essentially, this is just a collection of positions in which there are tactics. There's many different ways to use that. So depending on what part of one's tactical skill one's working on, there are different ways that I might suggest somebody use the same tool. So, Drit, I think that'll be good for you to do it that way. So you're going for like highest accuracy, you're willing to put in some extra time, and you're doing a double check when you think you find a solution. And the other three, you'll do this weird thing that I've come up with for a week, and then we'll see where you're at with that. And we'll probably switch what you're doing in 1 week, but let's just see. Okay. And otherwise, I also had a homework assignment for next week. Optional. I don't mean to give you guys any like pressure or make it lame. But what I have in mind next week is to talk to you about how you would look at your own games, and something that would help me to give you a good lesson on that subject would be if you could bring in a sample for me to look at to see where you're at right now. So what I would suggest is that you pick one moment in a game, in other words, one move, basically, right? Or one place where you thought about a couple moves, right? And just analyze that one moment. And then bring me a segment next week, and that will inform the lesson next week. And in fact, if you want to send that to me, next Wednesday or something, so I can look at it in advance, that might make the lesson even better.
All right.
So for next Friday, Thursday, I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for you, it's Friday morning, yeah. But for us, Thursday.
Okay.
So you can bring it, and I can look at it in class pretty quickly. Or if you want to save yourselves 2 minutes of class time, you can send it to me in advance. and I'll look at
That
it.
sounds good.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to cover today. Because last week we talked about how to use your time, and one of the ways to use your time was tactics, but we didn't say what that was. And another piece of how to use your time was looking at some of your own games, and we'll talk about that next week. Any questions more about something from today, or anything else you want to ask me about? Is
Maybe
fine.
one more thing about tactics.
Mm-hmm.
So when I practice tactics, how do I make sure I like cover all the basics? Like when I did the puzzles on chess.com or like lead chess or whatever, I just go up in rating pretty quickly, but I don't feel like I have like all the basics down 100%. That makes
Like
sense.
if your rating went up too fast, you may have missed some of the basic patterns that you were supposed to pick up.
Yes. So would it make sense for me to like set like the rating between like 8 to like 1400 and just go back and try to solve it in like a minute each, or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the lead chess tool, so I can't give you specific advice on how the lead chess tool works. But on the chess.com tool, it will give you a sense of like the percentage that you're getting right based on different themes, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So you can. I haven't done this in a while, so maybe I can or can't find it. But if I go, I think through my profile.
It's in your like stats.
If
Yeah,
I
but
go
the
into my
themes
profile
are-
and find my stats, and I'm looking at tactics, let's say, puzzles. This should have a thing at some point where it tells me which themes I get right or
I think
wrong
it's in
more.
the learning tab. Scroll down. Learning in the middle. Oh. They used to have it there.
They used to have it there, and it would show like a bar with like your percentage right or wrong in each.
Yeah, it says you get 70% of this type.
70% of
sometimes.
like back rank mates, 80% of deflections, 30% of like maiden threes. Where is
Also,
that?
I will. This is just my own opinion. Like David might disagree, but like
Yeah.
the lower rated tactics that you want to make sure you have the pattern down, like that's what Puzzle Rush is good for. Because the whole idea isn't that you should be spending a long time to find a 1,000 rated puzzle tactic. It should be like, is this instinctual or not? And you start on really low levels for Puzzle Rush, so it's actually good for that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here it is,
there
folks.
My score. It moved it.
When you're in the themes, it shows you your score on the right.
Oh, okay.
The
So
problem is the themes are very bizarre sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
Where do I get the themes?
so you go to puzzles, right?
Okay.
And then there's like puzzles, puzzle rush, puzzle battle, daily puzzle, and custom. You click on custom. Now it'll show you where you've got better or worse scores, right?
Oh, the percents, right there they are.
Right. So you could see like 100% on Desperados and 53% on discovered attacks.
0% on 4-move checkmates. Right. Okay. Cool.
Right. So basically, what Falk could do if he's worried that there's something that he hasn't covered the bases on is he could go back and say Alyekin's gun, which is not a tactic. That's a weird theme.
yeah.
She got rid
There's
of that
like,
theme.
like sometimes it's like the bishop pair, right? That's not a tactic. That's just a.
So okay, more logically, let's say perpetual check, right? Like he struggles to calculate perpetual checks or something like that, right? We could click on that thing there and then set the rating range to make sure that he got the basics, right? So he could
Right, yeah.
go put like a rating range that's below where his tactics rating is getting, but select the theme that he's done worse at and then do several puzzles like that. So that can give you a sense, like, if your rating's going up, you must have gotten a good number of the basics, right? For your rating to go up, there must be most of the areas that you're getting pretty well. This can tell you which areas you're missing some things in, and you could go back and do them like that.
Yeah. Maybe would you also recommend like working on tactics book instead of like using chess.com, or is it like the same in the end?
Same thing, pretty much.
Okay.
So, I mean, when we were working on the chess.com tactics like tool like 10 years ago, I was like, well, this pretty much makes most tactics books obsolete. When you reach a more advanced level, there's a place for some like really hardcore books, like, you know, I think it's called like Perfect Your Chess, which like Kostya was like studying. There is a place for certain books that have positions selected one at a time by GMs for being like really like tough exercises for players rated 2200 to 2400 or whatever. But for your purposes, these sort of like online tools that have like 100,000 like puzzles across tons of themes, and they've been sorted and tagged by theme by millions of users, like, I don't know why Yechin's Gun is still in there, but overall, I'm still proud of the idea of like having the things like crowd tagged by theme, and I think it's quite useful. Like it's like more versatile than like almost any tactic book for players at your level.
I'm proud to say that as an American, I know 100% of my Yechin Guns.
Nice.
Just bringing this lesson full circle.
I had one the other day though. The theme, like, I think the theme said bishop pair, and there wasn't a bishop on the board.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
It's crowdsourced.
Yeah, I've had to minus a few of those.
If you just imagine the two bishops into the solution.
Yeah, exactly. It's missing a pair of bishops.
The bishop pair is missing. That should be the theme.
David, just a quick question. In my study plan, you have go over a Grandmaster game for an hour and a half that you give me.
Yep.
Feel free to send one whenever if you think I should just start it later.
I gave you one, right?
Nope.
They did.
I think it's in Discord.
It's in our group Discord.
Oh, there's a lot.
It's in there.
Oh, geez. Okay. You know what? I think I got lost. Let me scroll back. Oh,
Okay.
I see it now. I think I saw 4 Seth and then kept reading, and I missed. I apologize.
like David just wrote 5 paragraphs for Seth. It was like, here.
I see it. Thanks.
Yeah, it looks like it's been buried. I don't see it either now, but I sense it at some point.
I found it.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, there it is.
It's just black. Awesome.
Yesterday at 12:31.
Yeah, we've been chatting.
Yeah. And that lines up also with what Seth is doing this week. So.
Where's there's Dritman's. Oh, I didn't even see this thing you sent me either.
Nice.
I can see.
I saw the plan. I didn't see the game. I was about to ask. I was like, do you have an idea like where like would be a good place to start with Karpov Kasparov? Okay, yeah. Perfect. Yeah, I didn't see that. Man. Oh. I'm glad he asked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect. I'll read this. Cool. So, like, I was just, like, reading the Wikipedia page. And, like... And I was like, oh, game 3 is the first decisive game. I wonder if I can find a game 3...
Mm-hmm.
like, video. And they're like, I didn't see anything really inspiring about game 3. So, but, all right. This looks like a good resource.
Yeah. Well, I think that when I sent it to you, I just said to play through those 2 games. So, you can just play through them on your own for the moment. You don't need to analyze them.
So
Play through them.
Play through them. First 2 games.
Yep.
Just play through them. All right.
Yep.
I wanted to officially congratulate Falk on making this group more and more of a lie.
What I'm saying, I'm the only true member of the 1400 to 1600.
You're the only one.
All right. I'll try to
I mean, I'm hoping to get back up to 1400. I do have this book now, which I'm working on. So
I haven't been playing enough like rapid games, just like really grinding that rating back up. But hopefully,
Yeah.
learning to play against the Roy.
I was starting to get up into the upper 1500, so I just had to throw Seth the draw, get me down a little, get him up a little.
That's right. That's right. You did throw. We both
threw that game.
We both threw that game back and forth to each other at different points.
Probably. I want to. It'll be a good game to analyze.
Yeah, I will. Didn't I hang a pawn when I played e4?
I hung an entire piece in one move in time trouble that you didn't take.
I know, and then I was so obsessed with the fact that I didn't take it that next time when it was defended, I'm like, all right, I'm taking it. And I'm like, oh
Yeah,
man, I'm not even winning it anymore. Yeah.
Anyways.
Terrible. Anyway.
Yeah. And Falk, you're still hanging out with Yusupov this week, right?
Yeah. I'm still on the first book.
Excellent.
It will take a while. It's
Yeah.
So
Drew, first impressions on your book?
It's interesting reading this book because it seems like sometimes he just writes lines, and then I'm like, okay, and then it's like I guess I have to analyze what he means by it. Like sometimes it's like it's not coded with any sort of like annotation. It's just
Right. So it's like a series of moves.
And then I'm like, okay, so that's something you wrote in the book.
It's a series of moves, but he doesn't identify if it's good for white or black. He just gives the series.
It's just there. And I'm like, okay, those are moves.
Okay.
I guess.
You can just play them out. You don't need to do any extra work. So play them out,
Yeah.
right? You don't have to analyze them, find out if it's good for white or black. If he didn't say anything, just play out the moves, and either it's evident why he wanted you to see those moves or not. And then you just continue with the game.
So don't get overwhelmed by abstraction.
I don't think so. I don't think you want to get bogged down or overwhelmed. That doesn't sound like the point at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to keep moving, so I feel like I'm reading the book and not just staring at positions all day.
Yeah. Yeah. I would agree. You can keep it moving. I think it is good to play out the variations and read the comments, but wherever they end, you can just move on. You don't have to figure out why for everything.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yeah. Seth, you had something else you wanted to ask?
No, I think I got you just literally play through games 1 and 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Play through the moves.
Attack. All right.
This reminds me that I should start memorizing games too from that old video series of yours. So maybe I can memorize a good bunch of these.
Yeah, these games are memorizable in this book you're looking at right now. I still know some of them by heart from when I read the book 20 years ago.
Cool.
I think I know one chess game by heart.
Which one?
I know.
The opera game.
The most famous chess game.
Yeah, the most famous chess game, exactly.
I might remember David's first game from his first memorization series.
Yeah, me too. The knights and the pawns.
Yeah. It's like the Alicon that goes.
Oh, is it one of those? I think I know. Like, well, actually, Han, I gotta think how it goes.
It's e4, knight f3, and then knight. Oh wait, I can't do without the water. But I can probably. Yeah.
I just remember where those knights wind up, so I could like almost reverse engineer them back into that position.
Right.
Yeah. That
Like,
counts.
I think I could get that like a non 6-move loss pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
What? There's a non-6-move loss?
Yeah, a non-move 6 once.
What? I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
That's some wildness.
In the Petrov.
The Petrov.
Oh, Ila Petrov. Okay.
Like the yeah.
Man. I mean, I've resigned on move 4 in the Petrov when on my like 10th game playing chess. I think somewhere.
I hate the Petrov.
Yeah,
That's why I just don't. I just play 4-night Scotch against it.
I'm waiting for though. I don't know if I want to broadcast this, but an opponent who plays the Petrov, just because we did that, just because I spent that whole week studying the Cochrane. So I'm like, if somebody, because they won't, because they'll, if they look at my openings, they'll be like, oh, D4. And then if they're like a purely Petrov player, I'd say like a spring and a Cochrane gambit on them.
Dude, I Cochrane now. I totally
So
Cochrane
anti-
against the Petrov. It's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an opening. Yeah. It that and the Evans are the two gambits I play. So
Didn't you also play like the England gambit?
Oh,
That's my
don't do
favorite
that.
Blitz opening. I love it.
Don't do that.
Great Blitz opening. I have great score with it.
Fair
That
enough.
sounds awful.
The funniest thing is
It's
most people are
total
so
trash.
scared of it, they just don't even take the. They'll
What?
They'll take the first pawn, but then they'll give
Right.
it. They'll just give it back.
They'll just let you take
What's-
it back.
They're
what's
terrified.
scary? What's
Yeah.
so scary about it? Like, what's the big trap that you get hit by?
Okay, so let's play some Blitz. I'll Cochrane you. There's
Yeah.
my Cochrane.
Yeah, you can hit me with the England.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever gotten like busted by an England trap. I've
Okay,
just been like, okay. But that's probably because they didn't execute it properly or something.
I play as black. Okay. I gotta defend the honor of the England Gambit right now.
All right, I'll insult your opening if you want.
Well, David, I hope you'd be able to beat me regardless of the opening. That's just
All right, you guys want to play the England now, or you guys want to go to bed?
in.
You playing each
It'll
other
only take
already?
me a few minutes to beat him, then I'll go to bed.
What's that?
I'll beat him in a few minutes. Then.
Beat him in a few minutes. All right, let me see.
Oh, buddy.
Oh yeah. Well, there it is. That was pretty careless. I mean, I guess we'll keep playing.
We can just rematch it if you want.
Not really. But
And dear chat, who has been neglected for so long, if any of you have questions about either of today's lessons, feel free to
Or
ask.
topical England Gambit theory, I'm happy to talk about it.
Or if you've got questions about the England,
lines.
Drit will enlighten you.
down a piece.
Well, first chess talk, you'd have to be sure if that's really the problem, right? So it's good that you've got a working theory. You need to check if that is the problem. So so one way to do that is you can play out some variations that you've calculated after you've calculated them, and then see if you look at them at the board if it looks different than when you were calculating it in your head. If it is blurry, then maybe try the exercises in my 2 videos that are now on YouTube about how to play games blindfolded / read chess books without setting up a board. Try some of those exercises if the problem is blurriness, because those exercises are designed to de-blurry the board for you, largely. Yeah, I saw your comment about that Wrath of Gods. And you may be right, but I haven't taken the time to check if you are or not. So it's good that you're very, very actively watching and checking everything in your own head to see if it does or doesn't hold up to you. Are they new videos? They're on the Chess Dojo YouTube channel, and they're probably like 1 and 2 months old, something like that.
So I know a really, really dirty trap with the England Gambit.
Uh-huh.
Where
Is
you give up the knight,
You just let your opponent hang their bishop. That's a
and
good.
then you win their
That's a
queen.
good one. Oh, or their queen. You can take their queen too if they give it to you. That always works.
You just say you gotta let their pawn take, and then take, and then take the knight, and then you can just take their queen. It's great.
Nice. Sounds like you've really learned to do it, Alkaline. A 300-point gap is pretty reasonable. Geez, rookie 1.
Checkmate.
Yeah, I was just like, please mate me already.
You just want it to be over. You can resign if you want it to be over.
Yeah, but you never know what could happen.
Yeah. Okay. XYZ, I'm glad that those videos were good for you. And thank you for saying so.
Oh, you guys were watching that. I see. Yeah, cool.
Oh.
Cool.
You want a rematch in the England?
I can challenge you if you want.
Falk? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
I
do
can
it.
challenge you.
I'll do it
I'm not
against
really
Falk.
good at blitz,
Take,
but
take white.
okay.
Wait, did you just look through the theory?
He's like, I'll challenge you in 1 minute and 20 seconds further.
So, yeah, I gotta say. So, what's the move after queen?
Well, hold up. We can't. We gotta make sure Falk
Oh.
can get out of it first, and then.
You
Oh no,
you
I'm
want
gonna
it.
try too if he can't.
Wait.
It's 3-3
Oh, okay. No,
Tango.
this doesn't count. You can't just decline. Because this
Wait,
is
and-
just like chess
Decline?
now.
Didn't I accept it?
He
With
accepted.
like,
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
but
not
he's giving
keeping
it back.
up.
He's just saying he just has a good position.
I mean, he accepted the gambit.
Yeah, but he gave it right back.
Gave it right back. He's not up with pawn.
That's-
Like if I
that's
get
just-
missed
that's
every
just
time
good
I was
play.
angry gambit, like, I don't know. It seems pretty okay to me.
Your queen looks a little exposed.
Mm.
Is that-
Castle.
is
Yeah,
that
castle, then f4.
No, why not F4 and then castle?
Yeah.
Make the queen move and then react, and then you can decide.
A queen d4, and you can't castle.
D4.
Far Eastern is asking if a sub 1200 should play about 90% of their chess time. How does that fit if, say, I play 45 plus 45? Well, your game will take longer, so it'll be easier for your games to take up 90% of your chess time, I guess. I'm not sure I grasped the question just yet. So. Yeah, Justison, aka Say Chess.
So if you.
Okay. Really?
You didn't want to take the knight?
So
Good
black
idea.
played a gambit and black's up a pawn by move 10.
Yeah. And he could have just taken a knight and taken the. He could have just traded the knight and queens and gone to a better endgame. But I think, unless I'm missing something.
Oh, that's what it
I don't think it's a better endgame because he's down a material.
Oh, right. I'm all mixed up. Who's who?
Dr.
Yeah.
Zwischenzug, there isn't like a time control that's
Down
better.
material.
There's a time control that's better for you, and that depends on your own preference. So you just have to try both time controls and then decide for yourself which one you like.
Should I just keep growing pawns, or should I develop my pieces? The eternal question of playing Blitz.
When you're up 2 pawns, that's usually enough, right?
I mean, there's enough, and then there's more.
Super Saiyan's question also just depends on the player. Tournament specific question, let's say you're around 2000, should you play in the 2000 to 2199 section, or should you play up in the over 2200 section to play against stronger opponents? And again, that depends on the person. Some people, I mean, I know people who've climbed the ranks by playing in their own section, and people who've climbed the ranks by playing up. So either can work. It depends a little bit on whether you, on what your appetite for getting like bludgeoned is, right? Like you can learn a bit more from a certain perspective from people who play better. But some people find it discouraging to just lose almost every game. So there's an element there.
I love just playing up, and I actually find that in around my rating range, I tend to beat players that are rated 50 points higher than me more than people that are 50 points lower than me. I don't know why, but that might actually legitimately be true. It's really strange. Like, I think it's the challenge or the mental.
Yeah, well, you'd have to
like the thing.
You'd have to actually go through your games and check the data to make sure that's true, because that seems like one of those things that you might anecdotally be self-selecting.
You just tell yourself that that's true.
Yeah, but well, just think about it. You have the memory of beating somebody 50 points higher is better than the memory of beating someone 50 points lower as expected. And the memory of losing to someone 50 points lower is worse than the memory of losing to someone 50 points higher.
So wouldn't I remember the moments of having lost to somebody 50 points lower when that happens just as much as I would remember?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that would balance the bias, wouldn't it?
No, I'm saying you feel like you lose more to people lower rated because you might be doing it, but I'm saying...
No, you're right.
Yeah.
That's totally is legitimately true.
But
like,
I think there's something to be said also just for playing better against better opponents.
I mean, I know when I was playing David one time, I came very close to a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Like in an end game, that was pretty cool.
I had one of those as well. I had a draw.
I ended up blundering near the end, but it was like one little slip up. Everything else was pretty clean.
So a further point about playing up, I do believe that for the vast majority of people, it's best to play people within about 200 points of them, or where they're going to score between 25 and 75%, which is about what 200 rating points represents anyway. So those two things should basically line up. And my reason for that is that if you play against people who are so much better than you that they like win every game, you don't get a certain basic feedback about which games you played better or worse, because like you lose either way. And if you play people too far below you, then you can play random careless moves and still win, and you don't really get feedback about when you're playing worse. So I think it's within reason good to play within like a band somewhere from 25 to 75%. Now there's a big difference between playing people who score 75% against you and playing people who score 25% against you, right? Playing up 150 to 200 points or down 150 to 200 points, it's a very different experience. And then I would say it sort of depends on your personality, which you sort of like enjoy learning from most or playing most. So yeah, so if somebody's like I've seen people rated 1400 who would play up in the open section, in like OTB tournaments like for years, like every tournament, and they were always playing people like 800 points higher than them, and that remained the case because they remained 1400. So I think at that point it's just,
Yeah, that's too much, probably.
Yeah, I mean it's I mean if you think about playing a 500, like how many times is a 500 gonna beat you, Seth?
Hopefully never, but yeah, I mean, you play 100, you might do something really stupid once, I guess. But yeah, no, but I like playing up myself if I can. I keep my stupid rapid rating keeps dragging me down in these classical tournaments and the others in the under 1400 section. But
to this day, I will never be able to explain to anybody how I beat a 2000. Like that was like the weirdest thing. And it was like in a mega rapid, and I was like, I don't understand. Like this is almost just strange. I was like that just.
Well, like in the winner round robin, I don't know how I got like 3 out of 7. I was like playing way up in like the wrong group, and I somehow won 3 of my 7 games. I don't know how I did that.
yeah. There's nothing wrong with like, occasionally playing someone like way better or way worse, but if you're like consistently playing people way better or way worse than you, at some point you're losing out, I think, on the best practice, and you may form like weird habits. Playing way down, you could form weird habits where like you're careless because you win anyway. Playing up, you could form weird habits where like you just like hopeless and you don't see your chances because you always lose. So like you don't believe that you could do anything other than lose.
Yeah, like an aggressive. How can you be aggressive against somebody who's rated, more than 500 points than you? Because like if you are, then like it's like you're going in for a sack, and then you're like, well, then I'm just going to be down material. So, and they probably thought about this, their calculations deeper. So what's the value in trying to go for this weird sack that I might have done because I was 13?
But there's something about like
dive into it.
There's something about like when I'm playing someone better than me, I like trust them more, and so like I play better because of it. It's like I'm really like scanning the board and checking things. I feel like somehow I just and maybe this is like a mindset problem for myself, just not feeling as much pressure. You're like very focused because you trust that their moves are all good and that you need to find the correct response or you're gonna get beat. And then you but you also like don't have the pressure because it's like if you lose, you feel like you're just okay learning from it, and you don't have the like disappointment of losing the game. You're like, yeah, I should have lost this game.
I just assume all of my opponents are trash and then play accordingly.
I'm just imagine. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I usually just play in focus mode, so I don't see the rating at all. It's really refreshing.
That gets rid of the rating? Ooh, that's
yeah.
cool. That sounds like a good idea.
Maybe in the pool I should.
That.
I was like thinking about. Yeah, I actually started playing focus. I like kind of use it for the first time in my last classical round, like last week. And I was like, oh, because it was actually because like all the stupid like pings on my panel from chess.com were distracting me. I was like, in between my moves, I'd be like looking at my correspondent on my daily game, like, stop it, focus, So I actually did it for that reason, but I kind of like it. I kind of don't like it because you lose the you don't get to see the moves, the move list in meditation.
So Wrath of Gods, I think the answer is the same basically as my answer to Super Saiyan just before, right? It kind of depends on your own taste. Playing a section with people like at exactly your rating or like 150 to 200 points higher than you either is plausible.
Oh, I never
And
thought
for
about that.
Far Eastern, and I think somebody else was saying the same thing, that they end up playing a lot of people too many points away from them. That's partly because we don't have enough people registered in that tournament under 1,000 to have made like as tight a rating band. So indeed, it's not ideal. But I will also say there's much higher variance under 1,200 in general. So it's much easier for a 700 to beat an 1,100 than for a 1,400 to beat an 1,800. Because there's just a much higher variance with the 1,100. So you will still have like lots of chances in those games. I think it would be more interesting.
There.
Does solving hard puzzles improve your chess game? Yes.
Oh. This isn't gonna go anywhere, is it? Well, maybe.
You're gonna lose your queen.
Maybe.
I think
yeah, you have that.
C3 might have been a good move.
Mm-hmm.
Think C3.
Oh yeah, C3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
If you
you're
didn't
lost.
want to lose your queen, if you wanted to lose your queen, then knight c3 was the best
I
move.
wanted him to lose his queen, so I'm
Yeah, C3.
quite happy with this one.
That was fun though.
But you're also losing my rook.
I guess I could take the bishop and then resign. You know, that's like
You calculated that line really precisely. First I take the bishop, then I resign.
Wait,
You-
so does C3 not lose? Am I still losing with C3?
Maybe. I don't know. I played the move, I was like, oh wait, C3 is good. And then we play it.
Is it still losing though?
Isn't the rook hanging in the end?
Yes, but I have like attacks on the king. On
So,
that, on
you
the-
should just-
No, it's still losing.
Is it?
Because you take the bishop, I take the knight with check, and then you have to block with the queen, and then the queen trade happens, and I'm just up at rook.
So is the response to block the check with the bishop?
Okay, how about this? David, I will challenge you in the ending gambit, and you can show them how to punish it.
This sounds
So
good.
this way, everyone in chat, if anyone ever faces a troll like me, will know what to do against the ending gambit.
You want me to show people that the England is bad now?
Yes.
Okay.
Take him down. Take him down.
Hold up, let me start up my stockfish real quick.
I'll be ready for you in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
I think I'm screen mirroring.
If Dan
Echo,
wants to
echo,
yes,
echo.
then close my account.
Stockfish actually talks to Dread.
Are you logged in as Deep Bruce? I sent you a challenge.
Yeah, I should be.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Let's see how it
Ooh,
does.
pawn. I'll just think out loud. Don't really want to play f4.
Oh, I thought you were going to show me the knight f3 line about how you trap the queen.
I don't know how to trap the queen, but I'm just thinking I like my pawn, but I probably don't want to play f2, f4 here. It doesn't look very good.
Okay.
Ooh, pawn.
There's a whole line where the queen gets trapped if black goes for all the tricks.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well,
This
so
move looks
that's
good.
That's what Falk did, which was just give back the pawn, and then it's just
What?
like, whatever.
Sorry, I just looked at the position and came up with something that looked good to me.
It is
I mean,
good.
sure.
But it's
If
kind
you
of
want
like
to be correct about it.
What was I supposed to do? Not
I'll-
play good
I
moves?
can show you. I can show the chat the normal
Okay.
fun line.
no, it's just a game.
No, this is
But-
not just a game.
But David's down 30 seconds. So
Now we're
watch
in
out.
a variation of the Nimzovich defense, apparently.
Oh yeah, look at that, the Kennedy one. So America.
Kennedy. If it has too many names from the chess.com.
The Kennedy Riemann.
Yeah, that's never a good
Kennedy.
sign for your opening.
Yeah, he can't decide. It's like Kennedy. It's either American or math because the other one's Riemann.
That was like
You know that time that John F. Kennedy played the Riemann mathematician guy.
Mhm.
Theory from that game.
yeah, which Kennedy?
I do like the mathiness of it. The Riemann, definitely.
Oh look, I'm an international master. I can checkmate people.
You told me. I don't know what you want from me, Drit.
No, I'm just giving you crap.
Wait, you're not gonna make him mate you?
All right. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good if you want to do well against the England Gambit. That can be a model game.
Yeah, there
Checkmate.
you go.
Checkmate. with your queen.
Refutation.
Yeah.
A refutation to the Nimzovich defense, Kennedy Riemann defense variation. A defense so good they named it twice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
3 times really. 'cause,
Here,
like,
can you go to an analysis board? I want to show the
Sure.
line. I can just tell you the moves.
Yeah, tell me the moves.
After D takes E5, knight C6, knight F6, knight F3, queen E2, bishop F4, queen B4, bishop D2, queen B2. And then here the critical move is, knight C3, not bishop
because your
C3.
queen is still
Bishop
guarding it.
C3 loses immediately.
Right.
Yeah.
Speak to bishop. Yeah. I think I have seen this actually.
It doesn't technically win the queen. You can either choose to sack the queen for 2 pieces or play queen A3 and just be worse the whole game.
Right. Yeah. So here also, I mean, White didn't hold on to the extra pawn, but got a great game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess you don't technically hold.
Right.
So
And I just
this-
played E4 and said if Black wants to put their knight in the center, then I'll play F4.
So I've won this other England Gambit way really quickly at my level, but it's not recommended. So I can show you this if he goes back.
I mean, none of
after,
this is recommended.
after D takes E.
I've just been trying.
After D takes E, now bishop. Play bishop to C5, and then let's say a knight F3,
Plausible, yeah.
and then you play D6.
Mm-hmm. Oh God.
Pawn takes. And then you quickly play knight D7, so they think it's a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn takes.
It is a mistake.
Someone has played this against me.
Bishop takes F2.
Someone has
Takes
played
the
this
queen.
against me.
Eric
And I
Gordon
almost
has a
fell.
video
I remember I
on
almost
this.
fell for this. I was like, taking that, and then I was like, ooh.
The trick is to play the knight D7 move immediately after, so they think that you just didn't think
you,
they were
pre-move
gonna
it.
take or whatever. You basically pre-move it in, and they're like, oh.
Okay.
Do you see how fun chess can be when you're under 1600?
What a dumb way to play chess.
This is fun the way food poisoning is fun.
Yeah.
Or pieces, you can just be on any square and things will work out for you.
The only thing that's fun about it is that I've spent the last 3 minutes trying to come up with some sort of pun on Riemann, some Riemann sums in that opening, but that's also been fruitless.
Yeah. No, there's nothing fun about this atrocity, Thierry or anyone else. Nothing. And I'm not learning anything new here. Some morons played this stuff against me a few months ago.
Hey!
What?
Hey.
What? Some people played this 97 move against me a couple months ago. And I won every game in 7 moves and wished I hadn't played them. They did it I played knight c3, d6, takes, knight e7. I took it. They still played bishop f2. I took here. And then I don't know. They I don't know. It's trauma. I don't want to remember it, but it started like this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, right, because there's
because he's already played knight c3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, because
He's already played.
I like that the psychology. They're just so sure. It's like, oh yeah, well, of course.
This happened to me like 3 times in one day. I was like,
What?
go away, stop.
How did it happen at your level? That's kind of crazy.
Because I play like viewers, you know, or like
Oh.
somebody comes into chat and they're like, dude, I think I might be the world champion. Play me. Let me see.
Was this? This would have gone well in your how to win quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right.
The
It's
joke
right
I
here
was
in the
making
book.
with
No,
Tosia is
just kidding.
every other post on the Reddit chess subreddit.
Yeah,
is,
exactly, Charlie.
90 and I am. Like, if I try really hard and do like tactics for an hour a day, what are the chances I can be in that?
That's
Yeah,
not
well,
try harding.
Yeah, that's too hard. But what about an IM?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
try breaking 1,000 first.
Right.
That's a classic thing on Reddit. How long to be a GM?
Right.
And then they were getting flamed. Like, all right, you're right.
My answer is great, but first you got to beat Tsutsui.
Zuzui?
Tsutsui.
What's that?
So there's this excellent anime about Go, which as like a chess player you'll recognize it's like everything from chess except transposed to like they're playing Go. But like if you don't look at like whether the board has pieces or stones, like the whole thing is just exactly the same. And there's this like kid who's like dreaming about, then I'm going to beat this guy, then I'm going to beat this guy, I'm going to get 3 titles, I'm going to be like the best, blah, 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 you know? And like, and the other guy tells him, yeah, but first you got to beat Tsutsui, who is like the worst player in like any like Go club ever. And the kid can't beat him yet, you know? So it's like, and he's like going through this whole dream, like I'll beat this guy, then I'll beat that guy, I'll take 3 titles, I'll be the world champion of blah, blah, blah. And he's like, yes, but first you got to beat Tsutsui. And he points to this like nervous kid who's like misreading his book, like playing the stones on the wrong squares. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Eric, that's a good point. There's something about like, just if you know nothing about the game, you just look at it, you're just like moving. So you're like, okay, yeah, sure, it's hard, but you know, it doesn't take any like physical prowess or, you know, people look at NBA players and go like, oh, those are like superhumans. I can't be one of those.
Mm-hmm.
But they look at chess and they're like, oh, you're just moving pieces around the board. So
Right.
like, why not?
right. Like I have a plan to go shoot free throws for 10 minutes every day. When will I be in the NBA?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But you know, all my kids also tell me that they're gonna be in the NBA as well. So
If you practice 100 dunks per day, perhaps you'll make it. Yeah.
Do you have
Yeah.
to make the dunk for it to count as a practice dunk?
I know. I'm like,
100 times.
I tried solving 100 Kasparian studies per day. That's me trying to dunk. Only it would take a lot longer.
right. Yeah. But you would actually make some progress. Like dunking, you would just be like, nope. Nope.
Yeah. But I mean, if you simply can't do it and you try and solve like some like endgame studies that GMs
Yeah.
can't, like it'll be the same.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the few good posts ever on the chess subreddit was someone explained a hypothetical of how you could go unknown to world champion in the least possible number of games.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually pretty interesting to read through.
Like if you started out unrated and like were miraculously good, how long would it take you to be?
Yeah, if someone like put Stockfish in your brain. 'Cause,
Right.
Like it would obviously take 2 years, but they calculated it and it was in 108 games. You could get your rating up, qualify for the candidates, play in the candidates,
Yeah.
and beat them.
It's a fun little math problem. Yeah.
and your rating would end up at like God knows what.
I've only ever seen like 2 or 3 chess Reddit posts. One of them was yours about Jesse. I liked that one.
You saw that, yeah. I want to, get some more people in the dojo.
Yeah.
Yeah. About crossing 2,700.
Yeah. You had a couple hundred upvotes, and I really like enjoy watching that video. And then when you see other people enjoying it, it's like you re-enjoy it yourself again. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. So I guess I should
Look
say
at
this
chess
in the
Reddit.
chat.
Months.
The chess Reddit is really big on not allowing self-promotion. So like you and Kostya would not be able to post there, and if they figured it out, they would like ban you.
Yeah.
So like people in the chat should clip things and post it there because they can't.
Right. Yeah, don't worry. Self-promotion is not something that I'm going to fall for.
I know that but you might do it out of just being like out of like the goodness of your heart because you want to share something.
Oh, like dudes, I worked so hard on this video. I heard there are chess players on Reddit.
Yeah.
And then they'd be like, "We hate you. Go die."
Yeah, no.
We don't want your free video.
Reddit is like that. I guess like I never realized that because I don't I lurk on a few Reddits, occasionally post, but I don't, and I haven't been on Reddit in months. But like me and a friend do a music podcast, and I posted to like the Indie Heads Reddit. We interviewed a musician that like people there would be a fan of. So I guess it's self promotion, but it was like here's something you might be interested in. That was like my intention in sharing it, and they were like, "No, get out." I was like, my bad.
There was some IM who was trying to do a YouTube channel, and he made these great instructional videos, and he made these really great posts on the Reddit about like 10 ways to do this and 4 ways to do that and things to think of, and they were really thought out self-posts, and at the bottom he's like, here's a video on it from my YouTube channel, and he just got like nuked out of there. They were like, we've let you do this long enough with your self-promotion. I'm like, every other post here is like, can you solve this queen sack mate in 4 problem? Like, okay, buddy. More of those.
My favorite Reddit thread is the anarchy chess.
That's great.
That one's pretty funny.
Have you seen like the opening trap on Anarchy Chess? Like you go down 3 pieces but win the queen? Or something
That
like
was
this?
great.
It was like the funniest thing ever.
No.
Okay.
Again, I'm kind of.
It's like
I'll post the link to it in our Discord if I can find it.
I just found. It's like the.
I'll go look at that at Jesse's video on Reddit. Give it some upvotes since I know it's there now.
Sure. Check it out.
Okay, is anarchy chess like actual chess or something else?
It's like
a funny.
It's humor chess.
It's
just
chess
funny
humor.
chess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just silliness. It's
Very
about
fun.
as chess as that last blunder thing I was showing.
Am I allowed to read it on stream here, or am I going to run
it's
afoul?
just a joke.
Great opening trap I found. You go down 3 pawns and a rook, but take an opponent queen. This guy posted his own video here.
Right, exactly.
What is he doing?
I got it. I didn't get it till the end, but yeah.
An opponent queen. Very carefully said, not the opponent's queen. I thought the person wasn't that good at English, but they were.
3 balls in a ring, but
David, this will give you traumatic flashbacks to your chess.com days. I just sent another link.
Holy hell. Traumatic flashbacks. Give them to me.
Yeah.
I'm playing against the cheater AI on chess.com. I have a pawn with e4. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, oh, I missed it.
That guy tells him
I'm playing
a
against a cheater AI. I think the guy's joking, right? I mean,
No, this post happens all the time.
yeah.
Yeah.
But come on, I got images
Why is
but
this
don't know how to post them.
Well, I guess the thing when somebody's cheating on like a mobile or online game, the kids say they're hacking, and I'm like, it sounds like they're just cheating at the game. But anyway, and what so but that's the lingo. Well, like I guess in Among Us, like there's like cheat codes, which it doesn't make why are you playing the game if you're just gonna cheat at it? But whatever. And and one of my kids during chess club was like one of the other kids knew en passant and he didn't, and he took en passant. And he's like, "What?" He's like, he goes, "He's hacking. He's hacking.
He's hacking OTB?
No, he's hacking. No, we were on because it's remote.
Oh,
he's
it is remote. Your chess club.
he's
Okay.
hacking Lee chess.
Yeah.
You know?
That would have been even funnier if it was over the board. And he's like, he's hacking.
Yeah.
No, over the board, you'd just be like, "What? You can't do that." Yeah,
I would love that.
that would have been funny. He's hacking.
That'd
Yeah.
be the next level, though. Like it's in real life.
Hacking over the board is like where you just take a piece off while they're not looking. You know, that's hacking over the board.
Dark chess right there.
Which somebody did against a friend of mine in a tournament. Like,
This
he tried to just take his extra rook off the board.
There were score sheets.
Like, yeah, there were score sheets, of course. This was like a World Junior Championships or something.
What?
Like these players are good enough that they don't just like, oh, where did my rook go? I must have lost it somewhere and I don't remember. Like,
right. I figured you were talking. This was like going to be like a Scholastic tournament or something.
in a sense, it's Scholastic, but it's like Grandmaster level Scholastic.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's so ridiculous. Like, there's no way.
My
But
friend
yeah,
just burst out laughing at him as he's like trying to take the piece off the board. He's like, "Are you
Oh, so
kidding me?"
You even saw him take the piece. Too?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. You gotta get at least one. Like,
that-
you gotta at least steal it without him seeing.
Do you forfeit? Are there rules against this?
I imagine there is a rule against taking your opponent's pieces off the board. There must be. I've never had to read it, so I don't know exactly what the penalty would be.
Yeah. Was that like his last ditch effort, and then he resigned after he couldn't
Yeah.
steal a piece?
Yeah, I mean, the guy was like, down like a piece. So I guess he tried everything.
Yeah, Thierry's really. It's so true. Like, I was teaching my girlfriend like chess, like in the
Yeah.
beginning of last year, and it was like, oh yeah, and then this is the en passant thing where I take your pawn.
That happened with with my roommate. I was like, oh, "There's this thing. I'm gonna do it now."
All right, I'll give you a little coaching tip since you're already teaching people chess.
Don't do en passant.
Don't do en passant if you haven't yet taught it to them. Just play some other move.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's
Well,
not like you
yeah.
need en passant to beat a person who doesn't even know the rule.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah, good point. Well, I was thinking like with my roommate, I was like, I just showed him the rule and then I offered him a take back if he didn't want me to do that to him. I don't know, but yeah, maybe just don't do it.
Just don't do it. In theory, if
Yeah.
you haven't yet taught them en passant, they don't need more stuff overloading. So
Right.
just don't
Fair
do
enough.
it.
You don't need to know what en passant is until you're like 400 or even 300. I don't know.
Yeah.
You can get pretty high without en passant.
Yeah.
You say higher driven?
Sounds like the kind of hypothetical question that everybody in chat wants the answer to, right? What's the highest possible rating that a super genius could achieve without knowing en passant?
Without knowing or without using.
Without knowing or using it.
So they allow it.
They allow it like
That's a
it
poll.
doesn't figure in any of their
That's a poll.
calculations.
No, so this is the way to test it.
Kostya.
Player ever.
Kostya,
Chess.com about the en passant rule.
Kostya has the answer. He just have Kostya do the no en passant speed run.
Yeah. 1,200 Neogents?
No, but how can you
way
impersonate somebody who doesn't realize your opponent could capture en passant?
Oh, I see.
You play
Oh,
as
that's
if
interesting.
you play as if it's not an option, right? Couldn't you do that?
No, but that's not his question. The question isn't how high rated can you get without using it. It's how high rated can you
Right,
get
but-
without ever having learned. Like, you don't know about it.
Right, but you treat it as if it's not an option in your moves. So you move the pawn 2 spaces.
But you
even
also have to
though-
consider your opponent's moves and like how they're
Right.
gonna react and all the and like playing,
Yeah,
like,
exactly. But you
yeah,
don't
like-
consider them taking on passant.
Never mind.
But also, yeah, it is different still too. It's like, do people?
Yeah,
believe-
it is different. It is different if you have to. We need someone who actually doesn't know it.
Like, do you think that there's anybody on chess.com who's rated at 1,300 after provisional and they don't know what en passant is?
Yes, I think that person exists in the world of millions of chess players. Why not?
Yeah.
I wrote an angry comment on our YouTube channel myself once, but then it never showed up. So I don't know if like Kostya was like logged in at the same time and was like, abort, as I tried to post it or what.
Why did you try to put an angry comment on your own YouTube video?
It was in response to somebody else's angry comment about our video.
Oh, I thought you meant it was an angry comment, like being.
This video
No.
sucks.
No, I didn't do. I never like trashed a video of Jesse's. Like, this is garbage. Like, who does he think could actually think like this? This is unrealistic. I tried doing this for years. It doesn't work. No, I didn't do that. It was an episode of The Gauntlet. Some guy posted something like, "How could you be an IM and not even know how to like show the chessboard on your stream?" or something like that. Because like, you know, on The Gauntlet, there's like a menu of handicaps and there's like what the person selected and there's like the leaderboard and there's all these parts. And I'm creating the game for them. Like, they're not even challenging each other. So I create the game for them and then the game starts and I click in the game so that I've got it loaded up, and then I go and take down the menu and the moves E4, E6, D4 have already been played.
Horror.
Because they're playing bullet, right? Like, they're playing bullet. It's like E4, E6, D4 are on the board. And like, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I put in like an hour and a half of work. I'm juggling like 50 parts. It's like the best video I've ever made. And like, the guy is like, how could you even be an IM? Like, such a moron.
What does being an IM also? What does being an IM have to do with like technical? That's a technical thing. It has nothing to do with chess acumen.
Oh, Kostya didn't delete my comment. My comment was like harsh. My comment was something about like, you know, like he was questioning the difficulty of me like showing the board, and my comment was something like, how could you like be a person but like be mean all the time? It's not that hard to like you know. And then I was like further and like this is some of my best work. Please show me like your better chess videos that you've like made so I can like learn something from them and improve my own.
I like how you think that that's like super harsh.
It was really harsh.
That just sounds like reality. I don't know.
I remember I responded on, I think, David, your episode of The Gauntlet on YouTube. Someone accused you in the comments of cheating. They're like, because I think you were playing blindfold, and they're like,
Yeah.
he's not playing blindfold. He's looking at the board. Look at him look at the board. Look at him. He's staring right at it.
Staring right at
Honestly, I think that's a hilarious comment.
He's like, there's no way you could play blindfold like this. It's impossible. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. But no, I think my comment was bad, and I was like regretting it after I put it, because like you don't teach someone not to be snarky and mean by being snarky and mean, right? Like I should have
Right.
like just like
That's true.
just
but
like
sometimes you can't help yourself.
I should have shown them like some kindness.
You don't always have to be an educator, David. Sometimes you can let your emotions.
But
take
somehow the post that post like I went to go and put another reply on my reply and like apologize and like model like, you know, making apologies and being nice, but my post wasn't there, so I was just like, okay, whatever, we'll let Kostya and this guy talk. And the guy was like making more and more weird comments. I was like The best option is not to talk to this dude.
Don't
I will say,
engage.
compared to other chats I've seen, one like for I guess it's more for Twitch than YouTube. Like, there's not much trolling in the dojo chat, but like when there is, you guys don't really like mute or ban people until it gets like ridiculous.
It's so rare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a very not ban heavy approach to talking or moderating or whatever. Basically, my take is someone can, like, if they've got something dumb to say, they can say it once. And that's like pretty reasonable.
Was that person who put up like the explicit material the other day banned though? Like
Oh,
that
yeah.
kind of
Maybe.
kind of material?
Maybe so. I mean, I do try and keep it like PG, but like
That
if
was
someone's
not
like
PG.
coming in and just like being rude to me, like I can take that.
Right.
You know, like whatever. Like that's not like a big problem for me.
This was
but
a little different.
if the person is like talking so much that other people can't like read each other's chats, that's when like I have to shut them down. I'm like, okay, you made your point. I'm like a dumbo who shouldn't be an IM. Great, you said it once, but like you don't need to say it 10 times. We heard you, so.
Hey David, will you play me?
Yeah.
You can try
I was
the
joking.
again.
I was joking mainly.
I almost got him.
That was like one of those people in chat. I wasn't serious.
And you know, I've had people come in and just like absolutely like rudely troll and like follow and sub within 30 minutes after like my response. So like people that like other people would have just like been like banned as soon as they like saw their first sentence.
Yeah, I think you guys are super. Like, I think if I had a channel, if someone was just being like super annoying, like I think I would just ban them. I'd just be like, I don't want to, just because like I just don't want to deal with you.
I think as we have more people in chat, I will have to like change it more in that direction, because basically like it used to be we would have like one person be like really rude once every like 4 weeks or something. That was like it, you know? So it was like, okay, whatever. I can teach one person not to be a jerk per month, you know? But as the number of people on the channel increases, that number will increase. And, you know, it just like our channel isn't about teaching 50 trolls not to be trolls. That's not really the goal. So
like there was a guy I remember one stream who like kept like insisting and arguing with Kostya about the merits of Bullet, and like, no, you're wrong. I think Bullet is good. And I remember just being like, and like to me, like if I was actually, but you know what? He stuck around and actually became like a decent contributor to the chat like later. So you guys, maybe your guys' instinct is better than mine, but like he was like completely derailing the entire stream with his stupid argument about Bullet, and Kostya was like, all right, well, you know, I told you my opinion, and like, you can have your, and he's like, no, Bullet is the way you practice, you get good with Bullet, and like, we're like, and I'm like, if it was me, I would abandon him. I'd be like, get out of here, man, go. I told you my piece. Like, I would let the discussion happen a little bit, but like once it takes over the stream, I'd be like, all right, get out of here, man.
yeah.
But yeah. So, but he didn't, and actually, I think I came around on that contributor a little bit.
It's just a question of like of time, you know. If there were like 100 of that guy, then you'd have to be like, okay, we're banning you and talking with the other people.
I'm curious too about like age too. You know, there's that whole other factor. Like if you're a 9-year-old, or not all 9-year-olds would be like that. We know some great ones, but
Charlie, maybe it's because I'm a teacher, and when you're a teacher, you have no choice but to deal with the most annoying people. But it's like when I'm streaming, I don't have to deal with it, so just get out of here, man.
This isn't my job, son. I don't have to listen to you today.
Don't have to,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of too bad because I feel like our lessons are actually past 9-year-olds' bedtimes, and there's certain 9-year-olds that are within these rating bands or just outside of them that might enjoy.
Yeah, but you know what? If you're 9 years old and you're already as good as me, I don't want them getting more lessons. It's just like they can puff it their own way, and you know.
And Kostya told me, and I hadn't thought of this, but like part of Kostya's like approach to it is he like imagines that the person saying those crazy things is like 9 years old or whatever, right? And he's like, oh, they're just a kid. They don't know like any like social niceties. That makes sense. Whatever, you know. I'm not gonna like say something mean to a 9-year-old.
Charlie, I was referring to a specific 9-year-old whose bedtime it is certainly past.
Track of a lot of 9-year-old bedtimes, do you, Drew?
What?
Yeah, well, I don't know. That 9-year-old said some rude things to me on stream.
That's right.
That 9-year-old.
That reminds me of the old. There's a John Mulaney joke about how middle schoolers are the meanest because they'll make fun of you in a way that's correct.
Yeah, that's right.
Like
It's so true. It's so true.
Of 11-year-olds, it's like they will be able to immediately point out the thing about you that you don't like the most.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
That's the John Mulaney, right? Yeah. I'm trying to remember what his actual example is. Oh, yeah, he's like, no, you have feminine hips. He's like, hey, you have feminine hips. Shut up, kid.
Yeah. Okay, I should probably go to bed because I gotta go to work.
I should
Ouch.
definitely do that as well for the same reason.
But thanks
That's
for
rough.
the lesson in the
Get
chat,
the work done.
everyone.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys next week, or in chat this weekend.
Yep.
All right. Have a
Yeah,
good night,
and actually,
everyone.
and I'll be studying. I can look at what would we say? I can look at Seth. Seth can look at Falks, and Falks is mine, or
Yep.
something like that. Is
Yeah.
that the order of the?
Yeah, I'll just be stalking Falk's chest duck page.
Cool.
That sounds good.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Later, haters.
See you guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Excellent, chess talk. Excellent. Just takes a moment to switch it around. I have to steal the video camera back from Zoom. Absolutely, Sonic. Everything's public. Everything's public. All right. So now we got to set up tomorrow's tournaments, I guess. Tomorrow morning we got Endgame Sensei and then an Endgame tournament. Ooh, that sounds even better than doing it myself, Scott. Why, yes. Why, yes. Oh. Yeah. You can sign up for it tomorrow, Chess.com. It's going to be a Chess.com tournament, so basically registration opens an hour before the tournament. The tournament's at noon Pacific, so it's in 12 hours. And so registration will open at 11, and round one will be at 12 or so. We'll split it into sections, play out an endgame. All right, I'll just get that stuff over to Scott. Simple enough. Well, BG Thierry, don't worry about all of them. Just worry about just worry about, you know, the four of us. Or the three of your classmates. I'm not reading chat right now. I'll be with you guys in 2 minutes and 26 seconds. I did just play to win on time that game. I could have won on the board, but I would have lost on time if I had played good moves. So I made a conscious decision to just keep playing random moves. Yeah, Charlie, the new show on Sunday is going to be awesome. You should check it out if it works for your family schedule. Bug House and the Dojo Talks. We're going to talk about addiction. Dojo Talks Addiction, Wrath of Gods. I do, Scott. All right. All right, so tomorrow, let's see, 4 rounds, 10 plus 2. Yes, indeed. Hang on 1 second, folks. Right back with this. Oh yeah, I like this one. Okay. There we go. You guys gonna put up a prediction? This is for Drit. F3. He should be sleeping, but F3 for Drit. Threatening bishop f7. Threatening bishop f7. Oh, he played knight f6 instead of knight d7. He allowed the whole thing. Hang on. That was bizarre. Don't think. Just put the queen on the king side. What are you doing? That was 6.9 wasted seconds. On bishop h2, maybe I don't even need to take it. I don't really know what my opponent's hoping for here. Don't really know what my opponent's like good scenario is here. What's the best case? What are they hoping for? I think I can use my time here. $23.75! Yeah! I'm done with Blitz forever, folks. Woo! I didn't even pre-move that game. I'm sure somebody clipped it. That was epic. Oh, la la. What's up, Shadowcat? Yeah, speed's not covered in their chess stock. Good question. Someone's been doing their tactics. Knight takes d5, triple exclam. Where do I come up with these moves? Oh man, I'm gonna lose on time now that I'm playing good moves. Oh, shoot. Shoot. I messed that up so badly, that bishop b2 kind of thing coming in. should have just done this. Jesus. I just can't play a game fast enough. Okay. You've convinced my bishop. He'll head back here. That was surprising. Hang on, I'll be right back. I can't believe I couldn't, finish this stupid position here. I can't make this work. What am I supposed to do? Anybody see anything for me? It's so late. I shouldn't be playing. Still down a piece. Still down a piece. Ah, shoot, I didn't see this coming. That's a good move. That wins. Thanks, Wrath. And this doesn't work. Well, I have to cover this now. Oh, instead of moving the queen, I wanted to play h5, h6. Bishop g6 here. There's knight takes here. That looks easily winning now that I actually play it out. During the game, I thought I had to move my queen. I was also worried about this, but maybe then just move the queen back. And this is pretty good. You want me to do this with the knight on g5? Oh, you don't want to take the rook. Okay, yeah. All right, I probably have to go clean up and get ready for tomorrow morning. Oh, that was really disappointingly bad games. I only lost 3 in a row. It felt like 1,000. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow for Endgames. We'll have 2 Endgame shows in a row. Yeah, I'm not going to, Charlie. I'm like really... I have this pathway that's telling me just play one more game. It might not be as bad as all those other games, and then you could go to sleep after playing a game that's not as bad. But I'm just going to get more and more tired, and it's going to be more and more lame to clean up the kitchen. So see you guys tomorrow for Endgames. Well, for some people they're fun, but definitely if I want to play a couple blitz games for fun, it shouldn't be when I know that I'm running out of time for getting to bed. Just going to be a short night. So, cheers.